your social spending, right? The things we talked about that stimulates consumption, on education, on healthcare, things that stimulate demand. So
Yeah.
it's a difference of political system.
So maybe can you speak to the difference? Another difference is the long-term multi-generational thinking uh, that permeates Chinese culture. So how does that differ from the West, sort of the Western style capitalism of quarterly focused thinking?
The Chinese are both the most patient and the most short-termist economic actors I met. The patience I don't need to explain because I think the political continuity means that they can make plans for 2 decades ahead, right? Even longer. The investment of Chinese parents in their children is a multi-decade long project, and they save. Chinese people love to save because they think that they'll have even more money if they save that money rather than spend it on a ski vacation. So that I think it's patently obvious to most people around the world. But I think that most of them would not have known that there's a very popular motto in China, which is called short, flat, fast. That's the impatient part of the Chinese culture, especially with respect to the economy. Short, flat, fast was used to describe a winning volleyball strategy that eventually became adapted to describing the society as a whole and economic decision making.
Nice.
If you're an investor, you only want to invest in things that you can quickly turn around, make a lot of money, and don't need to do much work. It also applies to marriages. So, a short courtship, a very flat emotional relationship, and a fast divorce. That that is how you
Uh,
see these companies rise, within a very short period of time. Of course, investors are only interested in those companies that can turn around and exit in a very short period of time, making many, many multiples. And so, in that sense, people are very, very impatient, right? I sit on some boards of these long-standing companies, and the values are just so different. Even though a lot of these public companies are constrained by the quarterly results and so forth, but the values are about sustaining something, a company, for a long time, thinking about organic growth, thinking about investments for the future, sustainability. Maybe it's that competition, maybe it's the speed that we're used to in China. People think about short. So, this dichotomy is very, very interesting.
that's surprising to me.
Yeah, well,
It's
this
a
is
surprising idea, right? So that there is a kind of in the West conception of Chinese culture, Chinese economy that everything is usually 50, 100, 200 years out. You have this long vision, but you're basically saying that there's a deep in the business sector impatience about everything.
that's a transitory phenomenon, I'd say. But if you look at the cheaper stuff, poor quality, that's a reflection of that. The copying, it's the same kind of mentality, just get ahead quickly. But again, that is all shifting. That is all shifting because China is now in a different stage of development. If you ask the younger generation, they really care about quality. They care about values. And these companies, these very successful companies, successful in 5 years, 10 years, found themselves in a very difficult position after a longer period of time. So that short, flat, fast attitude, which was so popular, especially before the pandemic, that's actually somewhat disappearing. So in some sense, this economic downturn is not that bad for China because it made the Chinese realize that it's not always going to go up, and it made them really look down deeper into what they really should be focused on. That there will be cycles, there will be up and downs, and so these very short-termist thinking and opportunistic way of driving business will ultimately fail. It's bad for China that we're having a sustained economic sustained economic softness, but I think it's also a very, very important lesson for the Chinese people to go through.
Let's go, if we can, a bit to the personal. So you grew up in China. What are some moments from childhood that were maybe defining to your understanding of Chinese culture and Chinese economy?
We look back at those moments when everybody in China was very poor with a bit of nostalgia. I remember no doors were locked. I was in Beijing, and I remember every day in the summer, everybody just went downstairs and chatted with everybody else. Um, it was very social. It was very community based. The neighbors help each other. We had very, very little, small apartments, very limited access to certain goods. When I was born, there were, even in Beijing, there were these vouchers for how many eggs you can buy, and even Beijing, there were 3 or 4 blackouts per week, typically. There was a sense of community. There was a very strong bond between people and within the family because they were going after a common goal, making your life better, right? Struggling, striving to make your life better. And I remember being on the back of my father's bike, getting up, 6 a.m. every day and going to nursery. And, that's the typical day. Not a lot of material goods, but people had a sense of purpose. And that's radically a different, it's completely different now in China.
Do you think that if you go to the human condition, do you think that that nostalgia has some truth to it, or is it just nostalgia like any other? Is there some aspect of a intense, competitive, vibrant economy that loses some element of,
Absolutely.
of everybody being poor together?
Well, everybody having a common goal and a sense of community, right? That is what's missing in these extremely individual-based capitalist societies. And I think what the Chinese government is striving to do with Chinese socialistic characteristics is to somehow try to preserve a bit of that socialist character while still relying on market-based incentives. But if you're an extremely individual-based society, I think you do lose a lot of that. And I think some of the backlash that we're seeing from society is a reflection of that, right? People being alone more and more, the death of despair in the U.S., the addiction, that they're lonely. Right. And competition means that you kind of have to be somewhat badass. And you sometimes put down values and you forsake harmony in order to get ahead. That's certainly the Chinese society now. That was not the case before.
You think that's a natural consequence of capitalism almost always, that you become more individualized, you become lonelier, you feel lesser if you're not winning, and thereby uh, somehow that breaks down society, community more and more.
I think it's a spectrum, right? And Europe is somewhere in between, I'd say. But Europe also is not as technologically and innovative as the US. But on a social level, there is more social protection for the people. There is a stronger sense of community, I'd argue. It's not perfect. Ultimately, it is a choice. And this is what I think that China has to decide, right? Do you want technological supremacy and radical breakthroughs? Well, yes, if you do, then you have to tolerate that there are going to be some people who are going to be just going to be uncomfortably rich, right? Like in the United States. You can't say that you detest the financial system for its greed, but then not accept the fact that it is what fuels innovation, right? Um, Risky capital fuels uncertain investments, which allows for countries like the United States to be making these breakthroughs. That's what China wants. But at the same time, China can't tolerate these extremely rich people around and the power that is accrued to them. They want to be a leader in technology, but then the financial system is not liberalized. It's highly regulated, but also, there's also intervention. Even if we look back at the French civil law versus the English common law, well, the former protects creditors. And the latter is more friendly towards debtors, which gives them more breathing space to innovate, but also to fail and to innovate again. And that makes a big difference. So it's all about a spectrum, right? But you can't have it both ways.
We don't often enough have that nationwide conversation about what we want to be as a country. There's just a group of people yelling, we don't want billionaires, and another group saying, we don't want communists or whatever. It's a very trivialized kind of chanting. but there is a balance, there is a spectrum, and you get to decide. Do you like the nice things, the
Yep.
nice toys,
And the power that the US has.
and the power, the geopolitical power, the military power, cultural power, influence on the rest of the world? Yeah, you get to choose which do you want. Um, so the first time you went to US, what was that like? You mentioned Harvard. How did that change your understanding of the world?
Well, it's funny that we're talking about this now because I was able to go to the US on a scholarship to an American high school because the US at that time was open arms, all open arms towards international students. They kind of wanted to be the country that was going to educate the future leaders of the world, and their elitist institutions like Harvard was really going to be, they're the center of the world. So they welcomed students like me and many, many others to be exchange students to study in the US. And we thought, wow, we've never seen a more generous country. And I was able to go to high school, an American high school, and live with an American family, which was, wow, can I say, a big change from China. Not only because I was plucked from the Communist Youth League party and then straight to supporting their Democratic campaign because the host family was running for state attorney general in New York. So I was
Wow.
kind of going to these conventions and handing out flyers and trying to get votes, and I don't know, in Chinatown or something. But it was so interesting to see that's how the system worked. But in the course of doing that, I realized that people had a very simplistic understanding about China, and that's probably um, even when I was 14, I decided that one thing I wanted to do was to dispel some of these deep myths about China, because the China that they knew, and again, it was all the three T's back in the late 1990s: Taiwan, Tibet, and Tiananmen Square. That's they thought about China, they thought about these three things. And I was like, well, that's strange because that's not how I'm feeling in China with all this, bidding for the Olympics before 2000 and all these buildings going up and down, all this excitement about, joining the WTO, all these radical reforms that are taking place, and then all this effervescence that you feel in the air. It's not GDP growth as numbers, you actually see it. I said, this is really, and they're describing China as if it was a place shredded with white terror. And so I thought, that's interesting. There's a big gap of understanding. And even today, that many years later, um, people know China a little bit more, but the sentiment hasn't profoundly
It's
changed.
still the three T's, I feel like.
Some variation of that.
So what about the level of misunderstanding of Chinese people of the West? Is there a similar level of misunderstanding the other direction as well?
I don't think to the same extent because there's Hollywood. That you can see daily American life, although it might not be totally realistic. Um, there was a huge amount of admiration of US technology innovation, but also the American dream. I think our newspapers, even though there's bias everywhere, is not focused only on reporting the really bad stuff and portraying a negative side. I think these few years have been a little bit different, but so many students went to the US, right? So many people traveled to the US. And this is an interesting thing. I've rarely met an American who has been to China and who still goes on about how bad China is. I think that
Yeah,
going to China makes all the difference.
I feel that's like one of the big gaps of my life that I need to alleviate is to travel in a real way for a long time to really experience the people and the cultures. And China's a big place.
Mhm. Go dig deep and don't just go to Beijing and Shanghai.
um, let's go back to the economics. So, can you just uh, dig a little deeper on the relationship in China between the government and the companies in the private sector? So, how much freedom do companies have?
Another big misunderstanding, and a fundamental one, is that people somehow think that the state suppresses the private sector. It's not at all as simple as that. For the most part, if we look at the local government's incentive system, they want to help the best private companies, which are the most promising, because it makes them look good. It adds to their GDP, it adds to the jobs, investment. They are so helpful to these private companies. Actually, I know many of these local government officials working tirelessly day and night, especially in bad times, to coordinate between debtors and creditors and to kind of smooth out and define relationships with banks. They want to help these private companies because, again, their incentives are aligned. DeepSeek is a private company, by the way. So it has done the country proud. And why would the state want to go and suppress these private companies, which ultimately is kind of a beacon, represents a beacon success for China? Um, Now, on how much freedom they have, it's really ranged from too much freedom. That's part of the problem, where you have defense companies buying art auction houses, real estate companies like Evergrande buying soccer clubs, doing EVs, companies investing in real estate that has nothing to do with their core business. That's how much latitude were given to private companies. And there were consequences. They were not reined in. And then you go to the other extremes where they're scolded, they're reprimanded, they're reined in, and they're kind of folded into submission. So that is the whole spectrum. You have the whole range. But I guess what we're really getting at is it is a country that is moving from a no rule of law or very little rule of law, very immature markets to something that is being gradually established. Bankruptcy laws, corruption laws, rules and regulations on what's possible. One interesting point is that uh, in China, you ask the companies to innovate first, and then you regulate after, right?
Mhm.
So that has led to things like P2P platforms. It's led to lots of kind of financial innovations, some of which has actually been very helpful and good, some of which have been disastrous. But the intention to regulate after the fact is to really not slow down or hinder the innovation. This is a very different approach from Europe. You regulate first, and then companies have to work around that. So this is why Chinese economy is so complex. You cannot reduce it to simply a statement saying the state is unhelpful for the private or something like that. There are certain sectors where this SOEs dominate, right? When it comes to national security in terms of energy. But let's not focus on these few sectors. By and large, most of the economy, if you actually admit to the fact that China is highly innovative and highly entrepreneurial, means that it must be the private sector that is driving the show.
Innovate first, regulate after. Really interesting. Uh, I also, in my mind, am contrasting it with the way the Soviet Union and Russia since operated. That doesn't sound at all like this model. And it's interesting that countries that, at least on the surface, had a similar cultural communist problems, the bureaucracies that form inside the communist state, it just seems that China broke away from that
Yeah.
somehow. I don't understand exactly what happened.
In the West, they group these economies together as if they're the same thing. No, it's not the same at all. There's so many differences, so much more flexibility. You can have dynamic entrepreneurialism at the same time have socialist characteristics. And I think this is what China has been able to shape and mold a unique model that balances between government and industry, between state coordination and market mechanisms, and between individualism and communalism. It's not necessarily black and white. You can have all these things at the same time.
So, what are the pros and cons of being an entrepreneur in China versus the West? Like, if you get a choice, you have a dream, you want to build epic things, what, and you get to choose where to start that business. What are the pros and cons of each path?
In China, the speed is just awe inspiring. You have a good idea, you implement it, you realize you're dreaming very fast because there's also the support system, right? The infrastructure there, the digital infrastructure there, the engineers are there, the talent is there, and they're cheap. And the market competition is there is to keep you going. The consumers give you a very, very fast feedback. Look at Xiaomi. It was making phones and now it makes one of the world's best EVs. 270,000 cars sold in one day a few days ago with a new model. They were phone
Wow.
makers. So there's an advantage to that. Okay. But I would not feel safe. Not because of danger of expropriation or nothing like that, but the bankruptcy laws are not there, right? It's not necessarily always fair competition. Things don't happen necessarily in orderly manner. If you have a competitor, you can have a very evil competitor, and evil competitors are there everywhere in China. They would, call the police on you, put you in jail, spread false rumors about you. Maybe that happens also in the U.S., but it's a different level in China. Um, and also the mold that you can have to protect yourself, the IP protection, right? That's much weaker in China because the legal system is not very effective. You have a good idea, you'll be copied. And there's a lot of work. You have to dine and wine with the local governments. I mean, that's not allowed anymore, by the way, but you dine and wine, figuratively speaking, you have to have a very good relationship with them. That's a different kind of work.
The wine and dine and the evil competitors is an interesting challenge. That, in some maybe distant way, is akin to the problems of the Soviet Union. I guess in
Yeah.
the United
Yeah.
States, there's less of that. And I don't even know if that's based on laws, because there's a lot of lawyers in the US that could do the same kind of evil competitor
Mhm.
stuff technically. It's
That's
just
true. The potential negative ramifications are there. But I think personal protection is a big difference. If you make a mistake, if your company is not run well, you go to jail. I think that the US is much, much more tolerant on entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, on failure.
since we're talking about it, there was a lot of controversy around Jack Ma disappearing, quote unquote, and reappearing a bit later. And there's been sort of rumors of some tense relationships that he has with the Chinese government. What is important to understand about the whole situation? Uh, like, to what degree is it reflective of the issues entrepreneurs face in China?
In the US, capital controls politics, one could argue. In China, it has to be the other way around. Capital must be reined in by politics. As part of the capitalist class, do not have the ambition to exceed the powers of the political class, is really at the core of it, I'd say, and the biggest difference between US and China. There are important details that I think the West has not fully provided to the public. For instance, and financial, as innovative as it was doing banking jobs without being regulated like a bank, right? So that obviously poses a host of financial stability questions and rules and regulations and so forth. So the fact that IPO was halted, you could say that there were strong economic regulatory grounds for that. But I think more broadly speaking, if you're an entrepreneur, part of the capitalist class, keep your head down and make money, and that's fine, right? Do some philanthropy. There are also many, many other billionaires that are just fine, that are actually very much in favor of the political leadership, and they do their thing. Now, I'm not saying what's right, what's wrong. It's just a very, very different culture and different country. In the US, it's great to be colorful. I mean, you have a very, very colorful president. He would never have been able to make it in China. You have the likes of Elon Musk. It's great to be different. It's great to stand out. You do not want to stand out in China. So, the moral of the story is that the top leadership understands that it needs these top entrepreneurs, the likes of Jack Ma. And they have done so many great things for the country, even for the world. But in China, garnering too much influence and power, even through social media, doesn't make you look that great. It's not a good thing for you personally. And there's a saying in China that you just don't want to be the tallest tree, right? The tallest tree gets the most wind. So I don't agree at all with the Western conclusion that this anecdote, this story has meant that entrepreneurs don't want to be entrepreneurs anymore. The young kids don't aspire to be people like Jack Ma. That's not true at all. the incentives are still there. It's a different kind of rich elite class in China.
So, on what dimensions do you think that the height of the tree is measured? S- is it more about just mouthing off in public? So, can you still be the richest person in China and actually not clash with the state?
Absolutely. Don't be too outspoken. Don't try to get too much attention and too much influence. And just, again, it's a cultural thing, but just keep your head down, be humble. Contribute to society, do philanthropy, collaborate with the government, and you're kind of okay.
So, the signal the Jack Ma situation sends to the entrepreneurs in China is not don't be an entrepreneur. Is more like
Don't be
don't
too colorful.
don't be too colorful. And colorful means you can be colorful about the technical details of your technology, but don't be colorful about Xi Jinping and politics, and just stay out.
Yeah, stay out of politics. But I just want to say, that said, Jack Ma was really an emblem um, of extreme success, right, for China, and the Chinese entrepreneurs look up to him. That's really important. It was a signal that unfortunately was misconstrued by the society and by also outside world. But it's laid a different path for what these entrepreneurs should be doing.
What do you think happened to him? So he's now, I think, living in Japan
But that's by choice.
by choice.
No, he's an extremely fascinating character, which, and if he were in the US, he'd thrive. Funny, witty, smart, wise, creative, loves a good life. And I think it's by choice that he's roaming around the world, um, given that he has more free time.
Do you think he loves China?
All of them do. All of them do because their lives, their destinies were totally changed because of China, because of the government, because of Deng Xiaoping, because of everything.
So, I know a lot of people from the former Soviet Union, and there's a deep resentment of broken promises, broken dreams. So that is
No,
not something you
that's
see.
not how I would describe that generation and their feelings towards China. Of course, you always get exceptions, right? The ones who have
Sure.
moved to the US and who wants a democracy, but by and large, people are deeply grateful to China, the Chinese government, the Communist Party, if you want to label it as that, because they've seen their lives be totally transformed. I mean, Jack Ma went from being a school teacher to becoming one of the most powerful people in the world. I mean, if you didn't have China, how could that have happened, right?
Can you speak to the thing you mentioned a few times, which is the difference in American versus Chinese, or maybe Western versus Chinese approach to entrepreneurship? 0 to 1 versus 1 to N. Uh, Maybe can you explain that, and what will it take for China to become a consistent 0 to 1 innovator, for the individual entrepreneurs to create totally new things versus doing the things you mentioned about speed and scale?
The US will lead for some time on breakthroughs, on disruptive technologies, the 0 to 1 technologies that ultimately change the world. But innovation is a process. It goes from invention to production and commercialization and diffusion. Diffusing technology throughout all parts of the economy. And on those two stages, I think that China has a unique advantage, even if it still can't do the 0 to 1 breakthroughs. Because in the end, how much this technology is adopted by the countries and by the various parts of the economy is fundamentally crucial to how much productivity will be unleashed. And China's innovation currently, the DeepSeek is really one example, and I think it's really the beginning of the scale-based, leading-edge technology, cost-cutting driven kind of innovation model could be just as powerful, maybe even more effective and powerful than the breakthroughs. And it's a very different approach to innovation. The Chinese companies focus on solutions, problem solving. Again, that comes back to the education system, right? You're giving a problem, I'm going to find the answer. The Chinese students can do it. You want them to write their own question, they can't do it. right? I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's a little like that, right? They see a problem, they're going to go after it, and they're going to find the best solution. And that's really, really useful, right? Because we don't need, or developing countries especially, don't need these frontier technologies that they can't use. And China currently has this AI Plus program, which is about pushing AI into every single plausible sector with the help of the state. So, adoption diffusion is very important. Why China can't do breakthroughs or can't do 0 to 1 technologies, I think at the root of it, and there are some deeper. We talked about the proximate reasons, the short, flat, fast, for instance,
Hmm.
right? You don't want to spend too much time on investigating something that you don't even know if it's commercially viable. So basic research is still weaker than in the US universities, but also this kind of intrinsic motivation. It's very different, right? In China, it's driven by extrinsic motivation. You are rewarded by, compensation, financial compensation, all these kind of extrinsic motivation is what drives you. But intrinsic motivation, pursuit of knowledge for knowledge's sake, right? That was deep in the Confucius philosophies. But of course, poverty has changed all that. The profound commitment to scholarship, to research, which we know is very much true in the US universities, it's starting, but it's not there. So I think these two approaches are actually quite compatible with each other. I don't know what all this fuss is about, right? China uses technology very well, it can scale up and reduce costs, and then it can spread it around. And the US, has makes the highest value added by inventing these technologies. But again, diffusion matters.
Well, yeah, the things you mentioned, the scale, the manufacturing, the diffusion, from a sort of economics perspective, you wonder which is the more important skill to have, and it seems like the cost cutting, the efficient, large scale, fast manufacture, the diffusion is much more important for the success and the growth of the economy.
I think where it ultimately leads to an impact on the economy, that's more important. It's this persistent question we have: why don't we see the productivity in the numbers, right? You're in AI, we had long periods of investment, right? You hadn't seen it in the numbers until maybe even recently, and it's still very slow. But China's pushing that in the sectors, robotics, AI, cloud, industrial internet of things, and even companies like Huawei. I think it's gotten a little bit of too bad of a rep in the US, but American engineers working for Huawei said that they're so happy working for Huawei. The intent focus on innovation, but also on solution driven innovations in Africa, in rural areas, really changes people's lives. It doesn't change the world, but it changes individuals' lives.
What's the feeling that Chinese entrepreneurs have about copying technology? Because I think one of the cultural things in the US is just really not respected if you
Yeah.
copy.
Yeah.
So like that's seen as a big problem. And is there some degree to where in China it's not?
No, unfortunately, this is a big cultural difference. Our sense of property rights is actually quite different from the US. I think that will change over time, but absolutely, you're right. They have no qualms about copying as long as it leads to success, right? That's the difference in values. Uh, as we mentioned in the beginning, you asked why the level of competition is so fierce. Well, they all do the same thing. Once they've seen one successful thing, everybody does the same thing. You'd have no respect for doing that in the US, right? But in China, it's all fine. But I think that over time it will change. Just give it a little bit of time.
So do you fundamentally it's a bad thing?
In the end, if China's all about innovation technology, you cannot not have very strict IP protection,
True. Yeah.
right? And ultimately, again, we're still in the short, flat, fast
Yeah.
stage, right?
Yeah.
When we graduate from that stage, you're going to have very different views about these things. And you're going to try to diversify and do different things. But again, it's a stage. Chinese people were hungry. They're still a little bit hungry. They're not going to be as hungry in the future.
So can you describe the DeepSeek moment and DeepSeek as it represents what China's thinking about in the space of AI? And does China have a chance at outrunning US in the AI race?
DeepSeek was a surprise to the world, but I don't think it was that much of a surprise to the same degree to the Chinese. Um, and remember that DeepSeek happened in times of crisis, urgency, not in times of comfort. A lot of these technological breakthroughs and leapfrogging happens in times of crisis. This is called crisis innovation. And you got to thank the US for that, right? When the Chinese were comfortably importing chips from the US, the whole industry stalled for 20 years. I mean, why would you plow in billions, tens of billions, and even more when you can just import the best? Right? You don't want to do your own innovation. It's because of these export controls, these sanctions on these companies, that Chinese companies and the Chinese state felt an existential crisis a few years ago on being by being cut off from these critical components. And guess what happened? In a short amount of time, the degree of domestic capacity ramping up and catch up has been nothing short of remarkable. Again, thanks to US truculence on technology. Now, I'm sure there are many aspects of hyperbole related to DeepSeek, but it just shows you that the gap is much smaller between China and the US on leading edge technologies than what was expected, that these export controls were not effective. They may have even backfired. And it shows you that China has this relentless focus on taking some of the existing technologies and using scale and the advantages to cut cost and to diffuse. And this is just the beginning. I think it will happen in many other industries as well, including in semiconductors. And that's the Chinese approach. Now, there's an interesting dilemma here, which is that this is happening in a time of extreme economic softness, slowdown, um, and missed uncertainty, trade wars, a lack of confidence, a slowdown in private investment and consumption, a withdrawal of foreign investment from China, especially the US venture um, funding. Imagine what China would have been like, let's say, if the economy was doing better, right? But you could also argue that it's because people feel threatened that they make more leaps. Now, I wish the world is not, we don't have to, drive each other to the corners to do something great, but that is the reality. And I don't think that there's an easy say between who wins, because I think the winning idea is part of the old playbook, right? You're all kind of part of a network. Different countries, different players have different choke points on each other. I don't think it's just about the US and China. And what's more, you use your leverage once, and that leverage has a half life. It becomes a lot less effective the second time around because other countries, other companies are going to try to substitute it away. If China uses the rare earth leverage, which I think it is now a little bit, um, there will be alternatives and substitutes. Got to be very, very careful of what coercion leverage means. Same thing with the US, right? So I think this is all the old thinking of who wins, who dominates. I think we need a new playbook.
So, to you, maybe when you refer to Biden and Trump, if we go back to Biden, it would be the CHIPS Act. So the export controls created unintended, unexpected effect where it had the reverse
I hope it
geopolitical
was
effect.
unintentional. Otherwise, you'd be questioning the level of intelligence of the U.S. administration, right? But I think that the things they laid out did the opposite of what was intended. It sped up um, domestic capacity. It motivated the whole country to do this whole of a nation program to go after technology. It's kind of like the way they go after Olympics, right? Olympic gold medals. They wanted to maximize Olympic gold medals, and they put the whole nation at work and all the resources. And that's what China did. Huawei, another example, they were sanctioned. Guess what? They have come back to life stronger than ever before. And this is not unique to this episode. If we look at throughout history, these blockades don't work. The continental system actually indirectly led to industrial revolution in the UK when the the Spanish kind of blockade the Portuguese. They came up with a very ferocious, forceful naval power. And you're talking about China here. They just don't lie down and lie flat and say,
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Great to finally meet you, man.
It's great to meet you. It's a trip, and you know, walking in, and I'm thinking, how is it possible that our paths didn't cross
I know, it's
all
weird.
those years? I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue or the same building or at the same party or at least
Probably.
something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there was a red carpet. Like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go in through the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Wow.
I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just, whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going in through the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
I don't like it.
I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing.
It's just too weird.
But it's look over here, look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's legit. I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like you could take a little bit of it, but you don't want
Right.
to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Right, Charlie.
Right. Far left, far left, far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get 1 million pictures just to get that perfect one where there's a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something.
Right.
Little purse of the lips, little
Right,
something.
The one that kind of
That's
like
the
you're
one.
responding to something.
Yeah,
something
that's the
kinda-
one.
Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Or your eyes closed.
Yeah.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I got to get out of here.
Right.
Yeah, it would
Right.
freak me out. The trappings.
The
you know?
trappings. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, is there, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it?
Probably not.
No?
People like it. Photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just, I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling,
Right.
That's just
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him. There he is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of a perp walk, isn't it?
A little bit of a perp walk
and
just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had it for the first time, it would have been last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, for the first time in
a long time.
in maybe over a decade, at the Netflix premiere for the doc.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cool, like the first 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this, and then it was like, yeah, I fucking remember this. Wow, damn. And then I'm in the sun just beating right on my floor, and it's just I could feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit, the underwear choice, all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah,
and it's all being documented.
It's so odd. Yeah. What's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. And I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's right.
It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. I know it's a long shot, but a boy can dream. If anybody knows him, help me hook it up. Well,
Wow.
here we are,
Wow.
14 years
Yeah,
later.
you know, it takes what it takes, right?
Yeah, it's funny because back
gosh.
then I don't think I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only like real guest that I had by
Seriously?
the time. Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would
and
do it
talking to
mostly with
camera?
my friends, mostly with
Oh,
other
okay.
comics.
Okay.
We would just sit and talk shit, and then
at
eventually.
like your house? Or?
Yeah, it was at my house
okay.
back then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And then-
it looked nothing like this.
No. It slowly had to get out. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were
Oh,
really young.
wow.
I was like, this is just too strange. Bring
Wow.
these weirdos
Yeah,
by
sure.
my house, and it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people shouldn't know exactly where
Right.
I sleep.
Right, yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was buried in my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are.
Good.
So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded or with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably how we should do it.
Can you imagine then, like, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this?
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV and
Right,
drive them
right.
to an undisclosed location.
And make the guy drive a few circles
Yeah.
around in, like, some, neighborhood right over there. Yeah.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot shots, all these different things, to watch you just not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. You were like the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was like, we love him.
Keep going.
It was kind of crazy.
Keep
all the
going.
Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, like, were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating a guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular or was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me about it, and I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist.
Mm-hmm.
Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through a tunnel vision. Like there was an energy there was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was, who my co-stars were, where somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need,
Yeah.
And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right, but you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something and just recently, something I stumbled onto. I was in some way, I was being a bully. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and I've never been that guy.
How so? Like
The
bullying?
way I was attacking people and the way I was challenging people, I was like a tough guy on the block and had all these soldiers. I had this whole cadre behind me, and it was like, inviting people into the ring. I've never been in the ring. What are we doing,
You're on coke. That's what it is. It's total cocaine behavior.
Among other things. Yeah, and I think there was a whole testosterone component as well that was just out of control because there's what do they recommend, like a quarter-size dollop and like every other day. And no, I there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial.
Oh, so you were using the cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure; it gets on other people.
Oh.
I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development.
Oh.
And they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know?
We don't know.
Like in the 700s,
I don't think they released
or...
that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone.
Sure.
While your dad is holding you.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application?
I guess then the only person would get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that wouldn't be so good for her either.
Or your horse.
Right.
Yeah.
Or your
Stupid.
horse. It's probably good for the horse.
Right.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris
And a lot of rage.
and a lot of rage.
A lot of rage. But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I'm really realizing it wasn't about the job, wasn't about Chuck. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and then just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress.
That's so important.
Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so
That's crazy.
it's insane, yeah, and they both, they fell apart for myriad reasons and whatever, but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one kicked off, but that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions.
Yeah.
That's one of the through lines in the book, is that it like really comes down to really being all about choices, but then, yeah, and but it's just for it to be, just talking about the bullying stuff, for it to be so directed at a guy who, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me? He created this environment with a dream character in an amazing show, or so people tell me, right? That was the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just just show up, be responsible, know your lines, hit your marks, do your fucking job. Those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So, and then I turn it into that. It's really difficult to really look back on that and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far.
I can help you out.
Okay.
Testosterone and cocaine.
Testosterone and cocaine. Yeah.
It'll have you having all kinds of conversations with people in your head that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct.
Right. Sorry,
Did you ever talk to Chuck? Did you ever Chuck Lorre? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah.
No, that was. I was really grateful we were able to do that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I was carrying that around for too long.
Yeah.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Bookie, with Sebastian Maniscalco, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I came in and I played myself, did a few scenes, did a cameo, did some fun stuff, and just back on a set with Chuck, and it was It just felt like it did in the early parts.
Oh, that's
of,
well, good
yeah.
on him for not holding a grudge too.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
sorry I lost that thought earlier. I was
No,
trying to,
no,
like,
no,
where the
no,
hell was
no.
I going?
Well, it's a complicated thing to think about. Like, why did I go off the rails? You know, it's like, and it's very reasonable. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I mean, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back, and now they're on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate.
Even if you've watched the people closest to you
Your dad.
go through it,
Yeah.
most of your life, and just right over there,
Yes.
like in the next room,
Right.
you know, or in the same room.
Right. And
Yeah.
a bunch of your friends.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
It
It's
doesn't
still
matter. It
bananas.
doesn't
It's
matter.
still an
Yeah.
alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day except the people like that can understand.
Right.
Which is like people are always like, why do celebrities just hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal.
Yeah.
They're the only people that, like, I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ'd at the airport as well.
Right,
It's
right,
like
right.
it's normal for them because everybody else is like, whoa, it's Charlie Sheen, and they're just captivated. Like you
Right.
kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's a great support group. To a degree, you know what I'm saying? I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common,
Right.
but maybe take the more complicated shit just right across the street, you know, to the experts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't rely on them for everything
No.
because they're going through it too.
Can I just get a tissue? Do you
Yeah.
mind?
Sure. Jimmy, you got a box? No worries. Getting sweaty? Is it hot in here? We can turn the AC on.
No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I lost that thought, and then I tried to cover, and then I realized he's not buying this, and then I started sweating, and I started fucking sweating. So I'm just gonna.
It's normal,
trying
man.
on.
Just say you lost your thought. It's all good.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
Why is that though? Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it, and by doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it?
Perhaps.
Okay.
It's also brains are just not that good.
Huh.
You know, they're pretty good compared to chimpanzees and dogs and stuff
Right,
like that.
right.
But you know, they have a lot of issues.
Okay.
Just like when you're talking about your memories. Like my memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots that I can go, oh yeah, and then we went there. Oh yeah, that happened.
Right.
Oh yeah. There's
Right.
very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally get that. And there's a little thing in the book where I talk about memories are tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment, or is it a creased photo I saw in an old album in the 70s or 80s?
Mm-hmm.
Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. And they've even shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory. And
That it actually happened to them.
yeah, and they'll talk about it like outside of that, and they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like, there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. Oh, I remember wolves are bad.
Yeah.
That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider is poison. But, like, day to day, everyday normal shit, it's like, how much of a memory does it really need to keep? It's just, your brain's just not that good.
And then so do certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version
Yep.
of that? Okay.
Yeah, they get
kind of-
narratives.
they get
And
narratives.
you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes of you repeating the memory.
Wow.
So it's like you don't even really have the
Wow.
memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Okay, didn't that happen with that one Kaczynski witness?
Did it? With a Unabomber witness?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking nothing like the actual guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was a thing where her memory was corrupted by a different description from somebody else.
This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley. It is not easy finding a snack that's healthy and tastes good, but that's where Paleo Valley's 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. You might be shocked to find out that most of the other leading brands you might grab at Costco use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even black mold as preservatives, but not Paleo Valley. They use old world methods of fermenting their sticks so that they're shelf stable without using chemicals or questionable ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. Did I mention these guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold? So yeah, a lot of people are into them, and if you're not, no worries, because they offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code Rogan to get 20% off, or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot and you'll see why everybody's hooked. Well, there's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory's the worst.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad.
Right.
They're really
yeah.
bad.
There's-
Very unreliable.
There's some really awful percentage about
Mhm.
even when they wind up in a courtroom.
Yep.
Like the determining, like the final nail
Mhm.
from the person. That guy, that it's like sometimes it's as high as like 60%.
for the right reasons. If you have nothing to gain from this position, you can talk to anyone. I actually was reading an article, so in the local press, they're like, Rep Luna's trying to force a vote on this, right? And so, like, I'm always the kind of redheaded stepchild, usually, especially in dumb circles. But this one lady posted, I actually started laughing. She goes, well, a broken clock is right twice a day. And I started laughing because I'm like, it's such like a bipartisan issue. Like over 80% of Americans don't think that Congress should be able to trade stock. And it's true because we're given access to information, and that's truly influencing your
Did
decisions.
you ask her what the rest of you are wrong about?
I mean, I think it's party associations. Like some people just will never vote.
A broken clock.
Yeah, but
Yeah, people are rabid, and they're super upset now, obviously, because Trump's in office again. So that rabid nature has been over amplified.
It has. I think a lot of it, though, is driven by like bot activity. I think is really big. I can tell you that when I first launched the task force, people were like, she's an intelligence asset. She's never going to release information. Then it came out that I actually don't have declassification authority, but we have been able to produce wins, and we are getting full cooperation from the executive branch. So we're just simply investigating the findings, collecting the information, and pressuring for release.
There's real people along with those bots, but real people are also influenced by bots as well.
Groupthink.
There's waves of negativity and positivity that go in certain directions that are orchestrated, and there's companies that are known companies that you could actually hire them to go do stuff.
They exist in Florida, actually. There's a couple of social media influencers that have been approached. I've seen it, so I know it exists.
It's crazy.
What's interesting, though, is it goes back to you never want to get in trouble in a crowd of people because they'll just look at each other. You ever see like someone getting beat up and they just like film it, right? Instead of like going to help that person. And that's part of that groupthink. It exists online. I do think X needs to do something, at least like be able to label bot accounts, because I've seen it happen, especially on certain things. Like I had done something to allow new moms to vote when you're recovering. Our job is different. Like only 13 women in U.S. history have ever given birth. It's about to be 14 who are members of Congress. And God forbid we enter a war or something, we're not going to be able to vote. If you're recovering in a hospital, that's a pretty like rare circumstance. And so there was definitely bot accounts that were attacking me for that and accusing me of like destroying the republic again. I said, I don't think that that's the case. But
yeah, that's not tinfoil hat stuff, folks.
No.
You really need to know that. Why wouldn't there be? This is the thing. Like if you were, whether it's this country, a corporation, another country, why wouldn't you automate your system or have AI or even just have actual people that have a job, and their job is to type inflammatory
So
whatever,
there's
whatever it is, insults, whatever it is, like whatever their accomplishment, whatever their goal they're trying to accomplish is. Why wouldn't you have a group of people that you have at your command if it's legal?
so
Because
in
it is legal.
it is legal, and in politics what's interesting is they'll test, like, especially when you're running for office, it's kind of interesting because you'll actually, during my first race, I actually had a firm that I was going to for consulting, and they had someone that had worked at the firm that had also worked with like McDonald's branding. So like people that are running for office will bring on these firms and then they'll like give them kind of like a branding profile. What was interesting about that is that, you know, you have this aspect of bot activity. Social media at the time was kind of just resurfacing as if you want to be kind of influential, you have to be able to use social
Fucking,
media.
I'm
to share
terrible at this
messages that are
game,
out
bro.
there. And I think Trump really kind of refined that and was kind of one of the leading figures in that, especially when Twitter 1.0 was in existence.
Right.
But then you had this aspect of people that were running for office, and then there was actually a censorship state in this country, and we found that out, that Twitter 1.0 was coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security. We found this out actually in a congressional hearing where they were actually, and DHS had a division under CISA that was supposed to be monitoring terrorist organizations, and they were using it on the American people to censor information, specifically on COVID, on January 6th, all of that. That is scary. You still have censorship issues in places like the EU. So like to think that they wouldn't use social media platforms, especially to influence the masses, is just, that's not a conspiracy theory. That happens. We have evidence of that.
Of course, censorship is influencing. And
It is.
it's also causing people to self-censor, which changes discourse.
Yeah, not wanting to have conversations.
Yeah,
for
but
fear
you
of
can get
stigma.
banned from Twitter for a variety of things, particularly during COVID. But I think COVID was also a great test case for them. Let's see, like if there's some sort of a catastrophe, some natural disaster, some national security issue where we could now enforce new regulations of censorship.
Well, and scary regulations at that, because COVID was really kind of dystopian. And going back to kind of, you know, I think you'd mentioned foreign government influence using bots. The one thing that's been interesting is in our investigation, so like taking now my task force hat off and going into actually problems that we see right now happening. You saw this like massive a couple weeks ago rift that was taking place between the American people, specifically on immigration, and all of a sudden these like pop-up riots. I actually called them the Temu riots, like the Temu Chinese app, because it came out via actually this woman, her name's Data Republican on X, and she actually tracked down the funding line. And what was happening was the Chinese government was basically propping up this billionaire, American billionaire, Neville Singham, and actually he was donating money to organizations like Party of Socialism and Liberation, and they were actually funding a lot of these riot pop-ups in the area. So you had people that were being used, divided, for example, on the immigration topic. You literally have them passing out, you know, Mexican flags saying that they cared about immigrants, when in actuality, the financial ties was actually coming from the CCP. So the Chinese government, on many occasions, and it's not uncommon within Congress to know, even on apps like TikTok, they were showing certain information in order to cause a rift and influence people. This same individual, Neville Singham, actually, once we got this information, we sent a request to have him come testify to Congress. And he spends part of his year in Shanghai, China, and so we were not able to deliver him his subpoena, basically. And so there's a letter that Chairman Comer has now authorized to be sent that will go to the Treasury Department to freeze his assets unless he comes to testify to Congress.
Wow.
And that, mind you, this is not, you know, people, and like, look, I started out before politics with my feet getting wet as an activist. Like, that's actually how I started out in politics. So, like, I understand the immigration, the board. I like understand all arguments because I've been through it and I've had a debate it. But what's the problem for me is that you have foreign governments trying to cause a rift and then promote ideologies that will empower people specifically to push forward policy that will actually put us as like second tier as opposed to the Chinese government. And I do think that the Chinese government in their execution has been very, very specific about how they want to hinder our ability to be global dominators. And I think when you're looking at what happened in COVID timeframe, right? So like a lot of people said that Wuhan lab leak, that was a conspiracy theory. We now know that it happened and that was true. But at the same time, if you look at what President Trump was doing, he was actually trying to negotiate trade with China and he was winning. And then all of a sudden COVID happened. Well, what was interesting second time around in Trump 2.0 is that you have all these Temu riots taking place at the same time, and it almost got no coverage in the mainstream media, but you had multiple Chinese nationals that were caught trying to release agro-terrorism weapons.
Yeah, we talked about that stuff.
Yeah, agro-terrorism weapons, and then at the same time, the tariff war was taking place, and then you actually saw them trying to infiltrate. So I don't think it's by accident, but I do think that it's important to remember that just because you see something happening on the mainstream media, the media will always try to amplify something because it's rage baiting and it's click and it's views, which translates to money.
And if it's negative against Trump, it gets front page news.
Of course. But when you actually look at where the funding stream is coming from, it actually goes back to China. And this is not the only incident where they try to drive a wedge between Americans and then actually compartmentalize with Hispanic Americans.
What am I
So
doing?
in 2016, now the largest voting minority in the country are Hispanic Americans, specifically of Mexican
Holy.
descent. And I think you can find that stat on pewhispanic.org. So when you're looking at voting demographics, how could you influence an entire demographic to help skew or influence a midterm election? And it would be specifically probably on the immigration topic to try to race bait people. But then you have this aspect of the same guy, Neville Singham, his wife actually funds an organization called Code Pink. So this is all Chinese money now going to a separate cause, and this one specifically is on the Israel versus Palestine issue. They don't care about Israelis or Palestinians. This is a Chinese-funded group, and what they're doing is they're using that front in an effort to then divide on that topic as well. So it's a multifaceted approach using minority classes in order to actually push the end goal, which would be communism.
Wow.
And also, too, you can actually look on the flyers for these organizations. So PSL, Neville Singham is actually an open admirer of Mao Zedong. I mean, like, it's all up there and it's out there for you to find. But it's just crazy because most people, you know, you see this aspect of propaganda that's being shown to you, and you're not going to be like, who's funding that? You know, you're going to say, like, you know, to hell with that person. I'm going to fight for this. But they don't actually realize the more nefarious perspective of what's happening behind the scenes.
So I absolutely believe this is true, that I'm sure other countries fund similar things, but also it was in reaction to some of the ICE raids, right? I mean, it was a visceral reaction that a lot of people had, the idea of people just showing up and pulling people out of schools and pulling people out of Home Depot and pulling people that were just hardworking people that maybe snuck over here because they didn't have a legal way to get over here. But since they've been here, they've been good people and they're a part of communities. And that's what freaks people out, because when people thought about ICE, they thought, great, we're going to get rid of the gang members. They didn't think, great, you're going to get rid of a landscaper.
But the question is, why didn't they do it then why did these riots and why did this disagreement not happen under
I don't disagree with you. I think
Obama-Biden?
Listen, I'm sure some of these riots absolutely are manufactured. I'm sure they are. I'm sure these pallets of bricks that get left off on corners when they know that there's going to be
that
a
was
BLM
crazy.
riot,
Yeah.
that's bananas.
They fundraise. But to your point, so how do you fix something like the immigration system as a whole, right? So
you definitely don't have an open border. That's crazy. Because you need to know if people are criminals that are coming in. You don't want cartel members coming in. You don't want murderers coming in and serial killers. Like there's a reason why we have borders.
Yeah.
All the above, right? There's a reason why we have borders. But the thing that freaks people out is, like, how many corporations rely on illegal labor?
Oh,
how many
Chicken Farm's one of them. We actually
Yeah.
last year I was putting out some messaging on them because I'd watched this documentary about the slaughterhouses, how they're actually using migrant children, like 14, 15, in some of these slaughterhouses. And the lobbyist from Tyson Chicken Corporation contacted my chief of staff at the time and was like trying to basically say, like, hey, like basically back off. But like, I don't care. Like, it's wrong. Like, I don't care where you're on the spectrum. You shouldn't allow migrant labor with children specifically, because it's child slave labor.
I'll tell you a story that a high-level government official told me.
Okay.
I don't know if he said it on here or not, so I don't want to say his name.
Wait, so he was on here, so then that narrows it.
Fucked up.
Okay, it's okay.
Someone actually said to him that they don't want to stop the illegal immigration because they need cheap labor.
Correct. I actually think that it'll never stop, at least not in
that
Congress.
They don't have to pay them any benefits. They don't have to take care of their insurance.
Or pay them at all.
Well, they pay them, but they don't have to pay them what they're supposed to pay them.
Well, I've heard cases where people, specifically contractors, will walk on people if they know that they're here illegally. And like, so going
Of
back to like
course.
how do you fix this?
Right.
Is one of the top cases that I handle aside from Social Security help and refunds, like within my congressional office. So a congressional office does constituent services, and it's basically like customer service. Like, have you been victimized by the federal government? You know, call this number. That's your congressional office. So specifically on immigration cases, like if you've had an issue with the State Department, visas, all of that, you can contact your local congressman. And so what I will say is that we've had people that have spent like tens of thousands of dollars to come here, but it takes like 20 something years to do. And that's part of the problem is there's been such an influx and such a bog down of the actual system that our actual system is not functioning at the capacity that it should to actually help people come here the correct way.
Well, especially poor people, right? And if you want to immigrate to the United States, the application, one of the things they ask you is, are you an expert in something where people in the United States can't do it?
Ask Grok things a lot, and I will argue points, but I think we need to work alongside it because there's this aspect of AI that removes the humanity. Like, I don't think you can teach AI empathy, and there's a certain aspect of humanity that needs to be kept involved in these decision-making processes. For example, if you have a drone that's been targeted to, let's say, eliminate a terrorist at this grid location, and it's functioning solely on AI, well, what's going to enable it to be able to pause on destruction of a location if there's children within it? I mean, if it's a bot, it's not thinking. And
That's
these are like the very
true, but the U.S. history of drone use is no better than what you just described.
well, there are oversights and massive investigations, especially if it's in regards to civilian casualties.
Right, but civilian casualties are the majority of deaths from drones.
I would say, based on the people that I've talked with and interacted, it's definitely happened in the past, and it's definitely problematic. However,
I think it's
people get
the
trouble for it.
It's the majority.
I'd have to. I mean, like, I don't.
The majority of the
Disbelieve
people that died were civilians. They weren't the intended targets.
Well, and that's a problem, and that's where a lot of these people do. You have LOAC, so there's massive investigations with the JAGs, et cetera, that get involved in
Yeah.
these investigations.
But I'm
going
saying,
back,
like, would AI be better than that? I don't
well,
know.
I think you can have an AI decision making process, but where there's a human involved in that step process. So like the human would be the final step in authority. So the AI would rank it, maybe. And like, granted, I'm not an AI programmer, but I am saying that I think that there's an interface where you can have humans involved in the final step.
Well, the most
process.
terrifying solution is not that. Is don't use the missiles. Instead, you have a drone that specifically targets one person. You have
Yeah,
a
there's
robot.
suicide drones. Yeah.
But I mean,
yeah,
even worse, like
assassin
flies
drones.
through the house and like lands on the dude's head and blows up.
Don't freak me out too much because the Chinese have a little spy drone that's like literally this big. Have you seen it? Yeah, and they just
Yeah, they have bug drones now. I'm
Mosquitoes.
sure our government does too. There's no way the Chinese are the only ones who do it, especially if they really have been back engineering UFOs for the last 40, 50 years.
I don't think that any other government is as advanced in regards to that topic as we potentially are, and I say that because if that were the case, then they would be the world superpower.
I agree with that, but I also think that even though we probably have the best military contractors, we also get infiltrated by the Chinese government and the Russian government all the time.
Oh, that's
They're always
and
getting-
Congress gets infiltrated.
Yes.
Like how
everybody
many
does.
people like have all of a sudden like girlfriends,
Hot
staffers?
Chinese girlfriend, wink, wink.
No
Yeah.
comment on that
well,
one.
guys are weak. We're so weak. All you have to do is be hot, and
Yeah,
we're stupid. We
he's
fall
my
in
biggest
love.
fan. That guy.
Of course. There's always going to be people like
Sarcasm.
that infiltrate universities, that infiltrate research centers. They get information back to the CCP. There's that famous story I think Mark Andreessen told us about how what was it in Berkeley? I forget what the corporation was, but the power went down, and so all these CCP people panicked because they were supposed to send the information back, and if they don't, hey, maybe your grandmother doesn't get her medicine, maybe you know what I mean, maybe your family gets a visit, like
I
you have
think
to be
that
on time.
The University of Michigan has now had like what, 2? I think those agro-terrorism was like University of
2.
Michigan.
Yeah,
and then
it's
you have
like all over the country. They've been infiltrated by like these governments have like very cleverly inserted their ideology into these universities. Like Yuri Bezmenov talked about this, that Russia was doing this in the 1980s. It was 1984.
The one thing that's been interesting is, and a lot of people aren't talking about, there's one representative member, Republican from California, that's addressing it. But when they have surrogates have children here for U.S. citizenship, but then they take them back and fully integrate them and educate them in China. And so technically they're U.S. citizens, but they are being totally raised with the ideology and perspective of the Chinese government.
Oh,
and
boy.
that's an interesting perspective. That
And
I
then
think
they
a lot
come
of
back
people-
over here and they're full U.S. citizens.
Yep.
Working
Full
for the
access
Chinese
to,
government.
Yes, access to
Oh,
all of our
boy.
resources, everything, education system.
And then we sell the Chinese government land around our military bases.
Oh, that has been I get I love our libertarian brothers, okay, but and sisters, but I have gotten into so many debates on this because they're like, well, we shouldn't limit an American's ability to actually sell their property, and I'm like, yeah, but the Chinese government literally wants to eliminate the West as we know it, and so we have to be cognizant of that. And also, too, by the way, it's not like you're just like buying a military installation. You think that they're not actually putting tech and or observing, monitoring, pulling all of our resources.
And not
I mean,
just
it's
that,
crazy.
like Mike Baker talked about this on the podcast, that they sell cell phone towers
Huawei.
to these companies. Well, Huawei, which was they were really problematic, but they sell these cell phone towers near these bases, and so they sell them at a discounted rate. And then the Huawei stuff was crazy because it actually had like a third-party access built into some of their systems.
And a lot of the tech that they actually sell here, whether it's to our law enforcement, so like anytime you have specifically, I would say like within even our craning and like our actual shipping operations, those things are sending signals back home.
Yeah, well, we're so
Gun here.
stupid we can't make those things.
Well,
That's
we
what's
should
dumb.
we should be making. So there's policy changes where
100%.
if you have an American business, you can now actually get a big tax incentive for manufacturing back home.
It's great, but it's going to take 10 years for us to even catch up to where they are now.
We just got to stay
That's
the course.
what's what a dumb idea. Like everyone has a cell phone, no one can make a phone. What? Is that no one saw that coming? That's bananas. All
They
of them get
sold
made in
us
China.
out in the 70s for manufacturing, and I think that
Mm-hmm.
that's where you're seeing this, aspect of people that are very like, if you talk about, and I'm not like an isolationist by any means, but like I do believe that we should have, especially with COVID, everyone saw this.
Yeah.
We should have certain things that are just manufactured here. I think tech is extremely important. I think Palmer Lucky's doing like laptops or something now.
Oh,
In
good.
the United States, are trying to actually move that over.
Elon should make a phone. I bet he's thinking about it because he's in some sort of a dispute right now with Apple because Apple won't. There's something about the way Grok AI shows up, and he's saying that their algorithm is essentially rigged, where OpenAI is like Grok AI is never featured.
Oh, really? I
said
have
something
I have the
about a
Grok app on my
lawsuit.
phone, but
So maybe that'll incentivize him to make a phone.
Elon, make a phone, and we'll try it out.
Elon Musk says Apple is rigging the App Store for ChatGPT. The tech mogul is threatening immediate legal action, accusing the iPhone maker of unequivocal antitrust violation designed to favor his AI rival.
Oh, is his AI rival the Sam Altman guy?
Yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if there's. I mean, you don't just say something like that, do you?
No, he's not a dummy. He's smart. There's definitely something there.
Oh, readers added context. 2025, DeepSeek reached #1, and DeepSeek's the Chinese one, right?
Oh, and DeepSeek's freaky about some of the stuff that it can
Just
do.
1 month ago, Perplexity also reached #1 overall in India's App Store. Both of these occurred after the OpenAI Apple partnership announced on June 10th, 2024. But what about the United States? Because the United States is the biggest market when it comes to we're probably the highest percentage of people that use Apple. In the world.
It's literally when you go to buy a phone, it's usually an iPhone. And that's it.
I think it's something crazy with kids. It's like 84% or something like that.
Oh, don't get me.
use
If you have a kid, keep them
iPhones.
off phones as long as you can.
Yes, for sure. But I
Parenting
mean,
advice.
but the point is, like, the App Store in America is the monopoly in this country. If you want to get an app,
I mean, it's
not a monopoly, but the leader, the head leader.
to be honest with you, I've only ever had an iPhone, and so that's the only platform I've ever used. I know it's like Android versus iPhone.
No, I have
but-
both. They're both really good. The Android's way better than it used to be.
But it's still
I
freaky.
had it back in the day, but it's right there where an iPhone is right now, just different and gives you a lot more access to stuff.
Well, it's still freaky though. Then you have these phones that are considered actual safe phones that aren't ripping your data and basically turning on every like 10 minutes to kind of be able to target you for sales, whatever it might be. I can tell you that, given my job and some of this stuff, I am totally freaked out by having an iPhone, and I look forward to the day where I don't have to have a phone. I'm going to get a flip phone. And be a beekeeper.
They're gonna already have a chip in your head by then.
No, absolutely. Of all people, no chips. We're chip free.
I don't know if there are any phones that really truly are safe. I mean, I know that there's some phones that run on alternative operating systems that aren't Google. What is that alternative system that they use with Pixel phones that now, at least the French government when they find people that have Google phones, they immediately look at that person as a point of interest
Because they're like, we can't track you.
yeah, because they're using this other operating system. What is it called again? I can't remember it, but it's what Adam Curry uses. It's a de-Googled iPhone that uses an alternative operating system.
Oh.
Data. I'm sure the GPS sucks. It's probably
Graphene.
that's right, Graphene OS. So there's multiple different OSs that people use outside of the Google, but you can only use it on Android.
700K
People use it on Pixel.
for my 13 mil
You
staff.
actually buy them. What is that guy's name?
Worth it. Why do I commit to this dumb
The,
shit, dude? I know it's
Asian
dumb.
gentleman
I know it's a bad choice. I
who
just
has
do it
them,
anyway.
Rob Braxton. He sells them, and he is like a security advocate. He's always talking to you about how insecure all of your technology is, and explaining why they added this and what this means now, and where your data is going, and how they can track you. And
It's
that
made
guy.
me.
So he sells Googled iPhones. Oh, he's a response to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is wondering what I'm hiding 5 years ago. I was fucking around. I was just saying, what's that guy hiding? He's scared. Well, so this guy's been at this forever, right? So 5 years ago, we were talking about him, and he was making these phones 5 years ago.
Well, and from a government perspective, you have this aspect of a lot of people don't want to reform FISA. FISA, in the way that it can surveillance Americans, is pretty freaky. We would like to
Really freaky.
really freaky.
Yeah.
And we, I actually did not get a committee assignment on House Armed Services as a vet because I voted against FISA. And I was one of two that voted against it, and they said that I was not a team player. But when you actually look at
play for the team.
yeah. It seems to be like an ongoing thing. I am playing for the team, but it's just
But
not the
isn't that
DC
nutty?
team.
Isn't that a nutty thing to say?
Yeah.
Like, whatever happened to representative of the people? What are we doing?
There's still a few good representatives.
I believe
but
you.
it's few and far between.
Well, I think it's hard. It's probably hard to stay the course. It's probably hard to keep your morals and your ethics. Why everyone around you isn't.
You have to not. So some of the best representatives, best even people in government, are the ones that did not have to do this job.
Right.
And
That
that's
makes sense.
because if you're giving up something to come here, it means that you're doing it for the right reasons. If you have nothing to gain from this position and this is the only thing you've ever wanted to be, you're usually not the best person for that job. And I say that because you are then only going to do what it takes to get reelected, which means that you are willing to compromise your principles. Because there will be decisions that you have to take where you're going to have to stand firm on your principles and be like, I can't vote for that. And there's massive pressure campaigns. Like, when a certain bill comes up, if I'm voting against it, you have planted stories in the press. You have super PACs that will come in and drop text messages in your district to your constituents saying that, did you know that Representative so-and-so voted against this? And so you have to be able to be like, all right, I'm just going to just disconnect. And at a certain point, you do have to do that because then you'll go crazy.
You definitely go crazy if you read all the bots.
Oh, you can't read. Don't fight
Don't
with the
read
bots.
anything.
Don't fight with the bots.
No, people do read them. It's just interesting. That's like representative. Like when you see representatives today, some of them are kind of characters, where they become.
It's like Gotham.
Yeah, where they become popular. They become like Fetterman. Is popular.
He's not too. He's changed though. He's like actually makes sense on some
Much more
issues.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Than most.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's a logical guy. He's a very nice guy. I think it's hilarious that he still wears the hoodie and the shorts, and like he's exploiting a rule. I mean,
he is in the
he's
Senate.
kind of right. He's kind of right, and that is really how he likes to dress. Like when I saw him in D.C., it was like 10 degrees out. This dude had shorts on and a hoodie, a Carhartt hoodie, and he's like, that's genuinely him. I think he's a good guy.
Well, he's a big guy too, so
Yeah.
like there's only a
Probably
certain
sweats a lot.
Yeah.
Probably easily warm. Likes
Not
being in
saying
the
that we know
cold.
he sweats, but just
For sure he does. He's a big guy. But he's reasonable. But the point is that he's kind of a character. Like Jasmine Crockett's a character. AOC's a character. There's characters, and they're like main characters in this political show that we're all watching on television.
Oversight. So I actually was on Oversight with all those people except for Fetterman, and what I'll tell you is that Oversight tends to bring out the characters for sure. But I will say is that actually, I have been able to, on certain things, like with AOC, I introduced a piece of legislation. So there was a partner bill in the Senate with Bernie Sanders and I think Josh Hawley to cap credit card interest at 10%. And then I started getting a lot of heat for it because there were people like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, most of these banks that we're talking about are actually taking government bailout. So if you're taking a government bailout and you're essentially operating off the goodwill of the federal government, then you should be held to standard, because then you have like predatory lending. And what ends up happening is some of these people will take out a credit or max out their credit cards, and then for the rest of their life they're paying back the debt. And then also there's something that we've been able to introduce. So this is like the more populist representation where you see both the right and the left kind of agree on certain things. And there's another bill that I'm introducing with another Democrat and another Republican that's a more moderate Republican, but it's actually to cap student loan interest at 2.5%.
That would be wonderful, because I was just going to ask you about that. I was reading this woman on X, and she was talking about how she graduated with student loans that equaled, I think it was $28,000. She's paid off. She's never missed a payment. Paid off $24,000, and she still owes $60,000.
Yeah. So what they do is they actually, and I've been quoted on this, but it creates an indentured servant basically for the rest of their life. They're paying off this debt, and you can never actually, function in a tough care.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
If she's telling the truth, and I believe she is, that's absolutely insane. That you could owe $60,000+ after a $24,000 or $28,000 loan when you've paid $24,000 of it off.
It's for people that are actually trying to better themselves that might have to take out loans for that. It's crippling, and then they actually can't get a good start at being contributing members of society because they're always functioning in the debt.
Exactly. And if you want to make America great again, have less people in debt, have less losers.
Opportunity.
Yeah,
Opportunity
have more people
drives.
that can get things going on because they're not burdened by some crazy debt that really is not right. It's not right that you do that to an 18-year-old kid and saddle them down like that for the rest of their life.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about student loan forgiveness, and I think you're not either. But, I had to join the military. I paid for my college using the GI Bill. And so do I think student loans forgiveness is fair? No. But is this a way that we can actually make a happy medium to where people are actually given the opportunity to pay back the debt? And yes. And so I look forward to introducing that. But that's a piece of legislation that should be on the floor and that it's not. And it's not on the floor.
I think in an ideal world, education is free. In an ideal country where you really care about the people and you really want more success stories, education is free. Difficult to get into. You have to be qualified, a true meritocracy, but education should be free. And if these certain people from different parts of the country don't seem to be getting in, address that. Figure out what's wrong with their school system and throw federal funds at that. It's not impossible to figure out why certain school systems are doing poorly and other ones are doing great. And
I will tell you from a personal lens and perspective. So when I was in my freshman year in high school, I moved up to LA with my mom. And by the time I graduated, I went to 6 high schools and an adult school. That's actually, I barely graduated. And what I will say is that one of the high schools I went to was—
Why'd you go to different schools so much?
It just, how it ended up functioning. So my freshman year, my mom went through a divorce. My dad got arrested. So I have an interesting background. So there was that.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah. But I ended up actually going to
Incredible
Venice
work.
High School
My claim number is the one who killed me.
times, and that was around
Lucky
my
that.
junior year. And what the LA Unified School District was doing at the time is they were actually busing in kids from other parts of LA County. And at the time, specifically in the early 2000s, there was a big issue with the Black and Chicano gangs in LA. And so, what was happening outside in the neighborhoods was carrying on into the school districts. And when you have gang activity and kids, the only opportunity that they have is being able to join a gang, and that's it.
What do we do?
They're never going to go to college. They're never going to have the opportunity. And so that carries on into the education system. They're never given a chance. And so I think in Florida, we've been doing it right with school choice. President Trump's been— I do feel like, too, at a certain sense, when you tell your story, you can share that. You're empowering other people to take something and turn it into a positive. And within maybe a couple weeks of me getting elected, I all of a sudden started having this Washington Post reporter reaching out to my family and actually asked my mom whether she had—
Tomb of the Nobles up in the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Ben, so excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this. Since I saw your video on the labyrinths in Egypt, spoiler alert, appears to be a 40-meter long metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in that. So it's in the central atrium, which we'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. So, man, what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150 to 180 feet down, something like that.
So, for anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that you put out?
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit, but it's on that. It's on my channel. I mean,
well, it was a good tease. You got me.
Thank you.
I dove right in, and I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. And I was like, okay, I gotta pause this. 'Cause this is not something that I can consume while I'm working out. I need to like really pay attention to this because it's so wild.
Yeah, and I honestly I'm grateful for how like that video took off. Like for me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I talked about the labyrinth in the past, and it's a much longer video. And I was really glad to get the chance to dive into these details because I've been wanting to revisit the labyrinth for a long time. However, there's just been recently a bunch of new data that came up about things that happened a decade or two ago, or inside the last decade that really changed that picture. And it was things like the Merlin Burrows scans that correlated other scans and also reported on, there seems to be a metallic object down there. And this isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense and in the UK defense. It came out of the UK military as a technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately he's since passed, but he, what he said about this object, like he is a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but it's not wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen, although they couldn't classify what exact type of metal it is. But he said, there is in this central atrium, because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium where you can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open. It's at least 40 meters long. It's really tall, and in the center of it is what's more than 40 because it contains this single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting in there.
So how did you find out about the labyrinth? Like this is something that has been talked about for a long time.
Thousands of years.
Yeah, but no one, it's not in any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah. No, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Pliny the Elder, Strabo, Polonius Mela. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 BC up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. Guys like Herodotus said that it surpasses the pyramids in grandeur, and then you have, so this is from Herodotus's Histories in the 5th century BC, and he says, "For this I saw myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all of the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labor and expense to this labyrinth." So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labor to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt, the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground, right.
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yeah, so they do. It's been discussed. What happened was, so you had... we always kind of knew where it was. So, you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about, 400 or 500 AD. And then sort of, civilization we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapses. And it's not until, again, you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors are looking at these historical accounts and they're talking about it, they're drawing it. Some of the depictions you see from the labyrinth are in that. And then again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. But one of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moiris. And it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodiles, Crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it. And we know where that is. And Lake Moiris sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you ever look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert, and you have from north to south, you have this green line of the Nile, traces it down. But on the left side, you look at, there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture. And it's right at that neck of the Fayum where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, they also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenemhat III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called Hawara, where I've been to several times. There's still a pyramid there, and there's these great fields of sand and like little open-air libraries with chunks of stone. And what happened was, so Carl Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town that's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Now, Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and he was excavating. He dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of beton or plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was he sort of traced the edges of it, and he's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like, it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This place has been a source of stone for literally millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, and if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, oh, it's gone. It was destroyed, was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. And so that's always been kind of the position of orthodox Egyptology. Look in the textbooks, that's where it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue, because the Matterhorn expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. Their results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy to
What year was this?
2008 was the Matterhorn expedition.
They were covered up.
Yes. Yeah. So what?
Is this our boy Zawi?
Yeah, Zahi. It is.
Zahi. Sorry,
It was, and look,
Zawi.
and again, not my words. This is the words of Louis de Cordier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was helmed by Zahi Hawass. Also with the NRIAG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground-penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like seismic tomography, electrical resistivity tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well-established, known science. This isn't like the Kafre scan stuff where it's like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology, and they found the labyrinth. So, and what he found is that, yes, so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So that's the other issue on this site is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is at that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls and like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green, and it's the actual VLF right. That's it there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthian structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. So these are like granite, and the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters.
100 meters tall.
Well, no, so
vertically?
No, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here, but you got to look at the scale. Like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, what, 450 feet? So these are big walls. These are big chambers and big walls.
For people at home, it's like a football field.
Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more. I mean, 100.
100
I
meters
mean,
is...
in Australia, it's my 100 meters is the football field, I think. I don't know how big. It's
Yeah,
pretty
what's
close
100
here.
yards? What is the difference between 100 yards and 100 meters?
It's 100 yards is a little less. Little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found...
Much larger than that.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no, it
So what is the
extends...
overall structure? Like,
It's like 1,000 feet at least.
Wow.
Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to the... We have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysical, like the ground-penetrating radar scans, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid. Then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth, it not being there and it being destroyed, to no, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And so what happened, this was interesting, and I have, I think, reasoning for why this happened, but it was covered up. And these are the words, like Louis de Cordier, he eventually got sick of waiting, because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's you're an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today. It's the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access. And then once you do, though, they control release of information. So that's always part of the deal, right? It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing, and if and when they choose.
And they have dismissed things in the past that they then accepted later.
Yeah, a great example is the Scan Pyramids project. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at Giza in the Great Pyramid. They and every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment at different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground and in the Grand Gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids, or they can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. Takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Al Mamoun's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance, there's these big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss. And as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made these discoveries, I mean, Zahi basically came out and said, this is bullshit, this doesn't exist, there's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already, and you go on a couple of years, and when now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out, the footage, and who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing Zahi's doing it. Like
he has to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating situation over there with him.
Yes. I did a video, I just released it a few days ago, that got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happened at Giza at the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so yeah, what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9, they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to stop. And again, in the words of Louis de Cordier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then he put this out there, he said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, I think at the low, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, and if not, when maybe we'll come and get you. I don't know. It's national security sanctions.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to Zahi and say, listen, you can be the guy who found this?
That would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually think in the case, so it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him so much. I think this was a political decision, not so, people say, it's hiding the truth and whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data. There's an amazing find that could change the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is an amazing find that could change the world. In my the biggest archaeological discovery of the millennium. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is and the way it's reported in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than, like, Herodotus says it surpasses the pyramids. Like, it's like finding more Giza, like a Giza plateau somewhere. Like
Under the ground.
Under the ground. Like, you can't, I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, in Egypt, and this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation, what's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site. At least the higher levels of the labyrinth for sure are suffering in this salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Flinders Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. And you can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You go down a few steps and just throw a pebble. It's just water and debris and mud. And
So this water table, it has risen slowly over.
no, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawara, the neck to the foam. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year, every year, and fantastic place. But they are they're food poor in terms of they're the net biggest importer of wheat. They need all the agriculture they can get. The Fayum is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Barwabi Canal that's been cut in there in the 1840s. Same guy built the Suez Canal, made it, cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, there's a low dam the British built in 1901, 1902. Then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. There's actually still a monument to Egyptian-Soviet Union friendship at the dam. It's pretty cool. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation of the Nile. So everyone, we always talk about the Nile flooding, right? Every year that it rains in Africa in the south, you get this huge flood that comes up the Nile, and it floods out, and you get this deposit of black mud and real fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. And they built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens? It seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's less water in the Nile. Well, no, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water for more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. So you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working at the labyrinth. I mean, you're talking millions and millions. It's not an easy problem to solve on an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems, and then, so what I think the option Zahi might have been left with here is well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for we don't know what sort of gain. It'll probably be a decade before that place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think that the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation, that it's just easy to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on selling tickets on the Giza Plateau and pumping water out to the Fayum for agriculture.
God. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be absurdly time.
Made that video in the again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried to
put him in jail for what?
I guess for working on the site. I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report though. That's what they say, is that he was jailed because Zahi allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out a decade after they'd done it. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting. But even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallowest, it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging like remediation wells, put in pumps and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and trench that whole thing out like a massive site. And then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out and start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting the farmers?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the Barwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
someone needs to like holler at Jeff Bezos
or Elon.
Someone with some deep pockets.
Yeah.
Like, don't you want to know?
Don't you want to know? I want to know.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans. Merlin Burrows and the Geoscan stuff. And I know that also I've met the guys from the Kafare project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently at the Cosmic Summit. And then I think, you know, what they're saying so far is that the lower levels, like, because this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters. There's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground. And it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater, and once you get into the bedrock, and it's like not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like Tim Akers said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of it.
So the actual labyrinth, very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So we
is
know
it
that
possible that they could somehow or another from the side dig a tunnel
potentially
below everything?
If you could,
below the water?
Yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try and if you actually believe and you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is. We could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. Like. It'd be incredible.
It seems like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. If in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than I know the Kafre scan stuff is super interesting and the claims are wild but this is like known about, like this has been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matahar Expedition, you had Cairo University, and I think it was Wroclaw, I'm butchering that, the Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Doner, a friend of his who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite thing. It's like a mathematical, statistical approach. They kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars is the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these, and they're, okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Merlin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in technique to the Kafre scan guys. Like, so they use synthetic aperture radar or Doppler tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So it's very similar in the way you're essentially, the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water. And if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath it, when you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that.
Isn't technology fucking awesome?
Dude, it is.
It's so awesome.
It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that and look at that. Beyond the Kafre stuff, which, you know, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular.
It's a huge claim. Yeah.
And if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I mean, I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean,
I'm sure you are.
But I'm not. But I don't. I mean, I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D.
Exactly.
Yeah. What their interpretations of it are a little weird. It's because like you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this thing is.
And it's like spirals.
Yeah. You're making it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is. Like
giant cubes with these 4 tunnels. Yeah. I look, we'll see. and I want to get into like the Osiris shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about these other scans that have happened in the 90s confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the Kafre scan team work. But yeah, at the Labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened with these two wildly different techniques, right? So you have the geoscan, which is this statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have, and the Merlin Burrows, which is a similar technique to the Kafre scan group. And it was used, I mean, just so this is what Tim Akers would tell you, it was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under the water. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like the non-classified part of it is what he said, at least reported to have said, I should say.
Are there ancient artistic depictions?
Yeah. I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on one level. Total of, he said there's 2 levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that it's 3,000 rooms in total, and not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like
Herodotus didn't have access?
not to the bottom level, according to him.
Interesting.
But Diodorus Siculus did. Like these guys talk about. Siculus said that you needed a guide. You would get lost down there for days if you didn't have a guide who knew his way around. And then you have the similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again these once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations, both Roman and Greek, and they're correlating. It's like this is pretty reliable data at this point. Certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this, given that we've got the same thing coming from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that visited the same place. And what they say is astonishing. All of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side, and all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for their successors to surpass them. He's saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side, and this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent paintings. So 40 to a side, that's 80.
And how was this even lit?
Well, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Serapeum. It's always, there's no soot.
Right.
We don't know how the answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. Like, I don't think it was with flame. And then
go back to Strabo's depictions. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces.
Yeah.
For such is the number of, how's that word?
Peristyle.
Peristyle courts, which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide.
Yeah. So you had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80 columns, like 40 to a side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 of them in there.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's absolutely crazy. So you have, 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Diodorus talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings in Egypt where you can't see the joints.
And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current time.
Yep.
So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
So that predates the pyramids.
Yeah, by a long way. Yeah, he's
allegedly.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you go with the orthodox date of the pyramids, sure.
Right.
He says that so essentially 3,600 BC that it was built according to the tradition at the time 3,600 years
So
ago.
with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years earlier.
About 1,000 years, yeah,
Yeah.
a little less maybe.
And
but
the conventional dating is like,
it's questionable. I mean, even the carbon dating on the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier than that. So it's
what is the carbon dating from pieces in?
So they got some
stones?
some mortar in the carbon dating.
And
of the
what is
pyramids.
that?
What with the date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu, of Cheops, the ruler in the 4th dynasty. Certainly on the Great Pyramid, at least.
And what is the room for error when they do carbon dating?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so that they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a I mean, I think there's a bunch of people that have talked about the fact that the Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit.
Of course.
I mean, it's not thousands of years; it's hundreds of years. So the explanation tends to be, well, it was old wood. It's like the ash that gets mixed into the mortar is the source for the carbon, and they're saying, well, maybe they just burnt really old trees.
That's very convenient.
Right, it becomes convenient, yeah. And
well, all of it's convenient, which gets really weird because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid, like they refurbished some things.
Exactly.
And so that's the problem. Is like, would you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed, I think I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that these pyramids were being worked on. If you can't, I don't think you can make the jump to say this is when they were built. You have to infer and say that I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible the dynastic Egyptians could have finished the pyramids. They may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities here because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their capabilities, their tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like we have tools from the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting them. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these what are clearly handmade artifacts, and this is across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, and vases, boxes, pyramids even. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, it can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on walls of how they made the precision artifacts. There's no.
Can you give me an example of these precision artifacts?
Of course, yeah, and any category. I have it in that Tale of Two Industries directory, Jamie, on there. It's
Game on! Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when.
Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The vases are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example of it.
Here's a 3D printed one.
Yeah, so these to me, I mean, this is why the vase project was so, I mean, to me, quite validating when it came up.
Yeah, so that wheel thing.
Yeah, the schist disc.
Yeah.
So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we could start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts, and the advanced category again. So you can't really make them with the tools that the ancient Egyptians we know they were using, that we found. They don't show there's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles up in the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud bricks over the fire. You can see them, they're pouring them, they're shaping them, they're carrying them. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks were big and heavy. But we know all about this. What you don't see is the stone pyramid building, the really massive megalith stuff. The next slide with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the tale of two industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts matched the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry, visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. The vases are just, this is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument, I think.
Can you, for people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers on what?
Sure. So yeah, the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic. They predate what we would call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. We, the vase scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for like the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we're seeing come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. Like, I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them, though. And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment.
The problem with a lathe, though, is the handles on this, right?
Right. So yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about, and this is the OG vase, the original granite vase. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you could lathe it if you're spinning it. But if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to leave a bullnose that runs all the way around it and then come back with a different process, a different tool to remove that space, this basically the space between the handles off the body.
And you don't see a lack of symmetry in those spaces.
Well, precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's called, you basically lose some positional calibration on your tool. So we account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that, but you don't see that on this. When I went back and we did analysis of this area of the vase body in between the handles, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that loss of positional calibration better than we can, or it wasn't done on a lathe and it was done in what you would call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is is with a tool with 5 axes of freedom. So now you're talking about a 5-axis CNC mill, like one of those computer-controlled things that can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process.
With incredibly hard stone.
And that's the other challenge with this stuff, and there's some samples of the stone there in front of you from vessels.
Is the actual stone?
These are actual pieces from vessels. Yeah, they got a private collector.
You just gotta think, like, who made this and how old is this? How old is
this piece? At least 5,000-6,000 years. I think it potentially quite older, and we can get into how old I think. But so that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about, is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz.
It feels so hard.
It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. Oh yeah, it's like I have a granite mortar and pestle at home, this big, heavy
Yeah.
thing. It's like, I don't need to protect it from anything.
Right.
I have to protect my counters from it, because if I just, it's going to destroy anything it hits.
And this is so thin.
So that's that's the other. It's translucent. You hold a light up to
Yeah, I
it.
can see.
Even the rock crystal one's translucent.
Wow.
So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lip.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you put a phone light on it. You see it comes right through it. And I mean, so with granite and with diorite, and particularly granite, I mean, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz, and
Hence the pattern.
Hence the pattern, but also almost microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes millions of years and heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up out on the bedrock and we mine it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, your tooltip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to hard, and it's like you have to account for that. Yet we see this, you feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tooltips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than cutting them. So something that the actual tooltip that made these things, we know, is also very refined, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they use marble, is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous. Like, it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness wildly. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece near the lip.
Yeah. This is crazy.
And there's even examples that get even thinner than that. Flinders Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. About he called it the thickness of stout playing card. Yeah, this is it here.
Wow. Look at the light going through it.
That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's vases. It's probably my favorite. It's like typically called the thin-walled vase, but it's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived this long, because that's one of the rare few delicate ones. You could break that because it's so thin. Because, again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. And it's like glass, like a cube of glass, bang that on anything.
Right.
Thin glass shatters. Same as this stone, yet they did this again and again and again and again.
How do we know that this is pre-dynastic?
Well, from where they're found. I mean, they're literally found in pre-dynastic burials. This is why the vases are so important to me. And why I think they're the smoking gun. It's one of the big reasons is that they're uncontrovertibly or incontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. Nakata culture, Nakata 2. You can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section all over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials, and they carbon date the burials, or they culture date them, or reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC, that they're in burials that go back that far in like southern Egypt, northern Sudan area. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's a lot of those burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam that created Lake Nasser. But either way, people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the reason is that there's size, right? You can bury this with you. If you have it, then you can be buried with it. You can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue.
Right.
It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it, like Ramses II, or somebody carves his name into it, and then we come along thousands of years later and say, oh, Ramses II's name's on that, therefore he must have had it made. I mean, that's essentially like one of the core principles of Egyptology. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they had this capability. Nakata culture, and even the ones like Toshka, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow fetal position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone combs, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. no other stonework. You know, I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases because there is there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession because of their size and their availability and how many there were. Because there's
Are they illegal to possess?
No.
So you could get a hold of one of those legally?
Yeah, I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them.
What?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're on. They come up for
There's
sale.
that many of them available?
I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hardstone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like that's the famous discovery at the Step Pyramid. But yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there were even more. Like this was an industry. Like that's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stone too. We don't know where the stone came from.
It's not local?
In a lot of cases, no. Like there's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's Afghanistan.
What?
Right. Yeah. Well,
How far is Afghanistan from Egypt?
Oh, must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, I think, isn't it? It's over towards. Yeah, it's up towards Russia and China. It's
Show that image again, Jamie.
Yeah.
That you just pulled up.
So there's the Fayum. There's Egypt. So Turkey, Afghanistan, over here, Uzbekistan, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran.
Oh my God!
So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the vases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is more the box itself. Just they say it's 4th dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite, and again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. This happens a lot. So it's
Go
almost
back
like
to that image, Jamie, please.
Which one, the map?
Yeah. There's one of the things that freaks me out about the map is when you go out, it looks like it was washed over.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
100%.
I've talked a lot with Randall about
Look
this.
at that. Like, go back out again. Look at that below it.
Yeah, the Sahara.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks washed out.
It is. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
It is.
Like, how much water washed that out? I mean, and how else would you get what looks exactly like a water washout? How else would those features be on the surface?
It's a yeah. I mean, some of those are mountains and mountain ranges, but I can tell you in the desert, not so much. There are mountains.
That just looks like channels of. It just looks like an insane amount of water, literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for for giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara. But I mean, Petrie was talking about he was up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff that were indicative of massive floods. This is Hawara. Yeah, this is the labyrinth.
Wow.
So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. I've been talking the Barwabi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored and how much of that was like insanely green and fertile.
Not that long ago. Well, certainly not. Yeah,
thousands of years ago.
Well, it's interesting. I did this long video on the erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that I think some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples. So these pyramid, on all these pyramids that are on what you would call Lower Egypt, so Giza, Abu Rawash, Abu Sir, Saqqara, Maidum. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it, you've got this causeway that runs down to what they would call a valley temple, a structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the middle pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. Then they figured out that during the African humid period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt ever started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch that ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like it's almost, I just look at it and go, these were built for that water source, because I think it's I'm very skeptical about the idea of all of these valley temples, particularly the one, the Giza Plateau, being used as harbors for like a couple months a year to transport all these blocks from the quarry in Aswan. Again, 600 miles away, right, for all the granite. And there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of granite on that plateau that had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs in early times pre-dam when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African humid period, which ended at the latest 6000 BC, but stretches back thousands and thousands of years before that. That's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lakes, like lakes and rivers. You had much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. There was just rainfall, and there was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. So really not like an insignificant waterway. But it was high, and it was running, and they've traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples from these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it's not like it's flooding, it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so, it's not like until, if you get 5,000, then 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC, that's when that's 3,100 BC is kind of when we say the Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and all these structures in like 2800 BC, I mean, what do you would build it where the river is. Like the river was way down there at that point.
Right.
Yeah, and so
what is their response to this?
Well, I just put it in my. I mean,
does anybody try to debunk it?
No, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens with a lot of these papers. You'll see this it happens in genetics and the DNA studies that have been done too. These other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the picture of history.
Got it. So
that
they
seems
just
to be left
throw
up
the
to
data out there and go, "You guys figure it out."
Yeah, pretty much, and they just hands
and
off.
And the archaeologists say, "We're not going to touch it."
Yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's left to like rogue scholars and idiots like me on YouTube, or people that write books to really try and put the pieces together.
Thank God there's a YouTube.
Dude,
right?
I know.
I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, where so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Like, who really knows? And why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that there's not a clear, like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down. Everybody knows people were alive. There's like photographs of the soldiers. We're pretty accurate with that.
Yeah.
You get to fucking 6,000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yes. The further back you go, the much hazy. You can't tell.
Evidence.
There is way less evidence.
Yeah, and it's also it scares them, because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures that are at 6,000 BC, and before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was even possible.
Right.
And that's that famous conversation that happened with Robert Schoch and that really arrogant archaeologist.
Mark Lehner.
Yes, which is, he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history, first of all? What ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive?
Lehner? Yeah, show me the potsherds.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well, yeah.
After Göbekli Tepe. Like, someone should show him that video and go, why were you laughing? Like, because this is just human ego.
Yeah.
This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person, or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars, that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. Yeah. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham Hancock and all who've spent a lot of time, and they're very careful about what they say, and spent a lot of time investigating this, and they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials, or what are you talking about?
Well, I think that's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? It's one of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we would call archaeological or Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie. They're very open about what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie he talks about the machining marks, and you can read between the lines at the wonder at what he's finding. And he's like, I don't get it. Like, we can't do it. We don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls of, the academic halls or the geographical club or whatever, these peers.
It doesn't get out to the whole
doesn't
world.
get out. And then,
Right.
and so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, which best represented by Graham Hancock, a good friend of mine as well. And he, his books, and they start to gain in popularity. And now these, I guess, the people in the academic halls of residence that are typically considered the authority are seeing this conversation get out of hand. And now you get to YouTube where, it's to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flint that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. And if you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they're literally writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasts and get into it?
The problem is they're still doing it the same way.
They are, and it's
like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information,
Yeah.
and also like pejoratives, mocking, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about it is, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa.
They were
so
Africans.
Shut the fuck up. Like the white supremacy thing makes no sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean,
it's Africans.
It's Africans.
100. Look, that's the people that were living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out. Civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations.
Right.
After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it. And then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans.
Yes.
So all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you've claimed that you're the expert. You've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong.
Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim he's the expert on it. Like this, and this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on a podcast talk about. I had this great quote from him. He said, if just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it and he's the authority on it, kind of thing. It's just like you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like as you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the dim, dark, distant past. But you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think we should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff. It's the precision stuff. It just gets dismissed out of hand. And just because we're not the authority figures on that topic, it just they ignore it, which is what happens. And then
I don't know how you can ignore the vases, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry in the construction of the faces.
It's starting to become a problem. Like they're trying, and even in the past when I would guess the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts. I mean, just when you dig down into them, and the answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just, they don't hold any water. They're frankly ridiculous. Like,
well, the issue with the drill bits is the revolutions per minute, right?
I mean, the
cores.
Well, it's not the revolutions per minute; it's the penetration rate. We don't know
how quickly it does.
So how quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed, particularly Petrie's core number 7.
1 in 60 meaning?
So for like, if you unwind that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do it today with modern diamond-tipped saws. hole saws, which do turn.
Wow.
So our modern ones, bear in mind, they 900 RPM. They'll
Right.
cut through granite slowly, but it cuts. I mean, no doubt, it grinds more so than cutting. But yeah, unwinding that spiral and looking at that's what Petrie was first of all like. How is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit by Chris Dunn, but more or less a 1 in 60 penetration rate. So it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the vases are showing is that you have a technological link between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that couldn't be buried in these civilizations. That to me suggests that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machining marks, the same tubular drill marks. So on that quartz piece, if you look on the bottom, you can see on the inside of it, there's no other side. You see the tool mark?
This right here?
Yeah. So this is that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases were made. You would often find.
So this is the bottom.
So they've cored that thing out and then they've snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate the full tool mark. And you'll see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills were used with the vases as well. And
but you have no idea the power source, no idea what the material was that cut.
No. Well,
yeah.
So yeah, the vases it's become interesting. Let me talk about the provenance part first, because that's been the one the pushback on the vases. This is where it's become a problem. Is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and the measurement data that's come out, the precision fact, the geometry. There's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates that they are designed. They're not just made. They were designed with mathematical and geometric principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels and the early days of the vase scan project was that, these are modern fakes or something. Like they're not the real deal because they're not come from museums. They're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that was very much the early days of this project, about 2.5 years ago now. Now, the vase scan, and particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young, who started this whole thing, this is a copy of his vase. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. We've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the provenance thing is that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collection with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that we have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, if it's in a museum, we can trust it, and if it's not, we can't. It's not like that. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years, a guy named Dr. Max Zamilov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years, I think, at Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me, and actually we took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida, and sitting in his living room with 2 scanning electron microscopes, as you do, who doesn't have 2 SEMs in their living room. So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we use to cut them. So you should, if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, it's a copper tube and it's sand, or it's some sort of cutting medium and it's spun and ground out, you should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper, didn't find any copper, nothing at all. Then scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So
Can I pause you for a second here?
Yeah.
Are the oldest tools that they found copper?
Yeah, copper and stone.
And what are the dates of the oldest tools they found?
They go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. It was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone tools, like flint. I mean, a lot of carving, you can carve stone with harder types of stone. So there was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, like not up until like the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron and things like that. Like it's pretty much copper and bronze, alloys, tin, copper and tin is bronze.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium.
What?
Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin,
Titanium
zircon.
alloys.
Yeah, titanium, and it's not. So when you find
the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that has
smelted, right? That's been put together exactly. In fact, titanium as we know it as a metal doesn't exist naturally. So it's in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see again that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you would see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can aim it at it, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. And I mean, look, in our modern times, I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material, but there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium used back here.
Has this been published?
No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic search. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly.
Right.
Like to scan the whole thing, but
to play with devil's advocate, would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody, that perhaps someone was
potentially
using titanium to see if they could cut it?
Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we'd finished scanning, we actually he had some titanium dust. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just these like a tiny, just like literally a matchstick, and just the tiniest end, and just tapped it, and then looked at that under the microscope to look at what It just didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
Well, because so we looked at what contamination would look like.
And what is the difference?
Well, so it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone. Like it was as if something like this tiniest fragment of the tool, of some sort of, imagine it was a tooltip, wedged itself in the stone and then it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide, which is pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium
No,
you did?
we found other specks of it. And then occasionally it'd be titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing. That's like, all right, no copper. Like that to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements in pieces of what, let's say, questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is, there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder and 30 feet down to the big bottom level. It goes down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners in this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall, and it was it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels. And this is the place where they found 50,000 of them originally. Like Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see it's like a wall of dirt, of not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels, because it had been a cache of them that a tunnel had collapsed and it had crushed them. So you've got these like pieces of worked granite or diorite or whatever just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have then, you've basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt and put it in a Ziploc or whatever. Just keep it, don't mess with it.
Right, clear chain of evidence.
Clear chain of evidence, and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation.
God, if they found titanium on that. Holy shit.
I think there's a Russian group that did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium as well. LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History.
How is titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until 1930s to use it just anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. But again, I wouldn't even say that's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. He's got like this apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax and boron to stop like cosmic 10-foot Tesla coil.
Blow.
Yeah. So he took. So this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wildest speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope sort of baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several. Relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases, they have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well. So that's an interesting
nuclear titanium.
Could be. I don't know about that. But it's again early days, but he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts, but it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases, which they're just like, that's nothing. And they're not dangerous or anything. It's just above a baseline, but 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. And one of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So this is not a new idea. It's not something we've figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path, but you can, if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool, it would ablate either in neutrons or it's blasting electrons or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And
fuck yeah!
And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill.
Yeah,
it's not all we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other striations and tool marks is look, it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand. So,
has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the cores?
I think I don't know. He might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question, because if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's indeed the process, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of a system that used nuclear material.
They had advanced nuclear science somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. It's too crazy.
Yeah,
it's so crazy. But also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, well, okay, now it kind of at least makes a little sense.
Yeah.
See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times.
Yeah.
If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper, and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
because something fucking crazy happened.
Yes, yes. I think there is that. This is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here. I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis.
And here's
a lot more study needs to happen.
The nuclear machining hypothesis. Sorry to interrupt you, but if you go 1,000 years from now, for sure we're going to have that.
Yeah, that's yes. I'd like to put the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is, we tend to look at the past and it always has to be this subset of what we know, right?
Yes.
But it's like if you look at the history of knowledge and technology, give us 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn.
Right.
So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision or the machining, the engineering things, how the stone was cut, I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown. And by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. Like the Vase Scan project, we are learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects of it. And Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, we can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, this is all very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities. But the fact remains they are possibilities.
Right. And it's also this assumption that there's been a linear path of progression always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is in Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon.
Yep.
Right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to crappy apartment buildings. They're really close, right?
Yeah.
That's a decay. That's you've obviously you can't do. Why didn't you do that?
Right.
Do that again. Like this.
Yeah, it's huge. It's
something. There's something weird. There's
is.
something weird going on, and this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art. Yep. Incredible engineering and architecture, right?
Yes.
And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right?
Yeah.
So that's without a cataclysm.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also it's a nice criticism of modern architecture to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, don't even go back 2,000 years. Just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals. I mean, Jesus, why don't we build like that anymore?
Right. Good point. But so you see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to a changing of cultures, but this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were dumb. You go back far enough, they were dumber.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be the case here.
And
Egypt is the best example.
It is.
Like, explain that.
Yeah, dude, exactly. And it's one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest contradictions about Egypt is it's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about a dynastic Egyptian civilization, at least 3,000 years, right? So 3,000 years. But if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language, like their gods. One of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Just boom, here it is. Here's this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods and everything pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean, cuneiform in Sumeria, there's a clear progressive path where we can see it being developed. We don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever said to have been built. Yet progressively, as you go forward in time, I mean, they get to mud brick pyramids. It's almost like you're going backwards. And there's just, they technologically speaking, it doesn't seem like they progress very far. So I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they got a kick start. They got a head start. They inherited an awful lot of objects. We know for sure these precision objects were around before the ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. And I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these, like technologically speaking. There's a link, the same tools, the same precision. We're seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like a 1,000-ton statue, that you can't bury with you. It stays on this site. It gets inherited. It gets renovated. It gets reused. Eventually you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name 3 inches deep onto that sucker.
Right.
And it's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. These are the, I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said. They called themselves a legacy culture. They traced their own history back 40,000 years. They have a list of kings. They talk about these different eras of time. The Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, was this 12,000-year period where these mythical semi-divine beings walked the earth. You can talk about kings and rulers in that, and then before that you have Zep Tepi when the gods themselves walked the earth, and they trace their own history way back into those eras.
That's the stuff that I brought up with Zahi, and he was like, "What is this?" he got very mad. It's funny.
Yeah.
I'm reading where I'm listening to the Book of Enoch right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's some wild shit too. Yeah.
It's so wild. 'Cause you're going, what are you saying? Like gods, the Watchers came down and mated with women of Earth and created
Nephilim or whatever.
Yeah, the Nephilim. Like, what are you saying? Like, what were you trying to say? Thousands of years ago when they wrote this down.
Yep.
And and the version I think that we're getting this from is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is from Qumran.
Mm-hmm.
So how long did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what were they trying to record?
Yeah.
Why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? The gods walking amongst us?
Right. Yeah. It goes to some wild places.
Squirrely.
I know.
It gets so squirrely. And that's where you get into the alien camp.
Well, that 40 meter tic-tac shaped metallic objects.
Yeah. What is that thing?
Well,
and what kind of metal?
We don't know.
Imagine if it's titanium.
Could be. He said it didn't match any signature that he'd seen before.
That's crazy
Dude,
in and of itself.
It's one of the things I'll remember always about when you were sitting here talking to Bob Lazar, and he said that some of those craft came from archaeological digs. I mean, it's a part of his story. There's long been rumors of that type of stuff under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is, but this is what Tim said about it.
That would be amazing.
It would be.
If there's a UFO down there. All layers converge at a central corridor or avenue like the atrium of a shopping mall where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify. It appears metallic, not stone or wood. I named it Dippy after the giant Diplodocus skeleton in the Hintsey Hall of London's, did I say that right?
Yeah, Hints, I think.
Hints Hall of London's Natural History Museum. It could be anything. Its shape resembles those tic-tac hard mints. It might also be an upright disc or even a colossal Shen ring. And what is a Shen ring?
It's like the cartouche. That thing around a cartouche.
Oh, wow. Big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? A more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal. Oh boy, now we're going full tinfoil. Either interdimensional or interstellar, a Stargate. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career, but it's there, undeniably there. I'll let the future find out what Dippy is. Tim Akers. Well, he went full Art Bell right there.
He did.
Interdimensional or interstellar, a Stargate.
Hey, look, the Egyptians talk about Stargates.
Do they?
Dude, go to, where is it? Dendera. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of Stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different types. They're all on different constellations.
Where can I find that? Where can I see this?
There's pictures of Stargates from Dendera Temple. I think it's in the upper rooms. It's up where the Zodiac. So that's actually the Dendera is incredible. Like it is a star-oriented temple. There's massive depictions of the Zodiac, and this is all, redone from older versions of the same temple. But that is the translation of what's on the wall with the constellation and the gate, and it literally translates as Stargate. That is part of it. So, the ceiling is the Zodiac. You even have depictions of solar boats going up to the moon at Dendera. Randall loves that temple. I have sent him a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually, I don't know. You'd have to look up just Stargate glyph maybe at Dendera. Yeah, glyph. I'll tell you if you see it. No, I don't see the exact one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation and a gateway behind it.
This is killing me. We gotta find it.
I know. I probably have it on my hard drive.
Do you have it with you?
It's on my laptop. If you want to see it after, yes.
Yeah. Your laptop's out there?
Yeah.
All right, go grab it. We'll pause.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Not on what you gave me?
Huh?
Not on what you gave
It's
me?
not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into the Stargate glyphs,
You got
but I'm going to try and find it. I'll try and find it.
Okay.
All right.
We'll be right back, folks. Okay, so we found it from a video from Trevor Grassi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic Proof of Stargate Technology with Mohammed Ibrahim, Mike Rick Secker, and Trevor Grassi. So this is what we're looking at.
So you see, it's like there's a glyph. You can see the star, and there's a gate. Actually, try and find one of the other pictures. Maybe there's
the star's the circle. That's what the star's supposed to be.
Yeah, the star on the right. No, on the
far right.
There's the hieroglyph. So again, Stargate. It's you see the gate and then the star, and then I assume that crooked hook or whatever is part of this as well.
Oh, I see. So it's the way you translate the hieroglyph.
Yes. Yeah. So and Muhammad Ibrahim, who I know quite well as well, he's very good at translating these glyphs. We when I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Muhammad Jabra, who's one of, I would say, top 4 or 5 in the world for reading hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the wall and tell you about it. He travels with us on these tours. It's phenomenal. He just shows us this. There's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up at Dendera if they get into. Yeah, but that one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. Where is it? No, back a little. There. Yeah, so see, this is the one I'm talking about. You see the stars, the stars above the gates. So
yes.
there's literally different these, and with the words they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top what's the Zodiac room at Dendera, where they have a replica of the circular Zodiac on the ceiling. The French have the original. This is original hieroglyphs, and it is the translation of this is literally Stargate for these constellations. So
that
say what it
is bananas. And what are these constellations supposed to be?
I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we get into it. I could find out, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Click that with that one that you just had there, Jamie. No. Where you just had right there. So.
Yeah, more gates. So similar again. The gate with the crooked hook and the star. Yes. The Stargate.
That's bananas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when they're referring to a Stargate, are they saying in any way what that means?
No. It's. I mean, they would. I mean, most of the interpretations these days would tell you that it's always symbolic. I mean, they do look at like the Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the Duat or to Nut, like the Duat being the space, and Nut the goddess who is the sky, and it's all part of that passage from the soul going into the realms of the immortal that happens after death. So this is the this symbolic interpretation that we give it all. We say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine if Younger Dryas happened to us tomorrow, whatever, right? Hope, touch wood, doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within, 2-3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about fucking these things that were like a black rock, and it's just... And it's like, or plasma TVs, but you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You will know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything.
You can ask it questions.
You can ask it questions.
Yeah.
And maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now,
right.
If you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember, and they tell these stories. The stories get passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology. That goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism, but it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that we then, I think, we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall, and I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say that, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, or is an echo of technology? Like every staff that you see has a tuning fork on the bottom of it. Every single one on these walls, it's always got a tuning fork on it. What's that all about?
Tuning fork.
Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the staffs with the was head, that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the staff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork on the bottom.
Can we see an image of that?
Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs and they're touching, or they're giving like the Jed pillar, or the Ankh, which is Jed pillar is stability, the Ankh is life, the Was is power. So in a lot of cases, these gods are granting kings, life, stability, and power, or sometimes just life and power. But
what are those depictions of these enormous cylindrical things that they're holding that look almost like one of those
like a transformer?
Indian clubs? Yeah,
like that one there. That's like the Jed pillar here.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability.
Like
and
that thing down is what I was talking about.
Oh, the quote unquote light bulbs, yes, at Dendera Temple. And see, there's a Jed pillar there too with the hands. So the Jed pillar is stabilizing it with its hands.
Right.
And you're on a boat. You're actually, part of this is on a boat.
It looks like some kind of technology.
So you know what's crazy about this? So again, we get down into this. This is in a crypt at Dendera. You have to like crawl through a hole and get. It's like an inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians and they didn't get into the crypt, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the glyphs are defaced.
Look at that guy. He looks like an air traffic controller.
Well, he's like a reptilian too. He's a frog dude with knives.
Yeah, what is that dude?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, he does.
He does look like he looks like a giant frog man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's crazy about there is a whole story about this, and it's written on the walls. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf Ayawan, who I guide with, and then Professor Jabra, who can interpret this. And I'm going to do a video about this soon, because what he is saying about this crypt is that it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. He said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of like a dude with his arms out, like the span of a human wingspan, basically.
Yeah, I was stumbling across something. They called it Electrum. There was these two. There was
the metal.
Stole these 3.3 ton obelisk that were made out of a metal called electrum. Which is
Electrum.
like gold and something
Gold and
else.
silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, electrum's gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electrum
Which
tips,
is
they think.
great for conductivity.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, doesn't
which
get
is
any
really
better.
the only good reason to have it, other than looking good,
Right, yeah.
other than balling.
Other than balling, which they were balling.
Which
Trust
This
me.
is going to be a little bit of a sidetrack, but when you're talking about the nuclear stuff, I found these stories of the Oklo mine in Gabon, which is a natural nuclear
reactor.
Wow.
Whoa.
That is very
4
old.
billion years old and 100,000 working.
They
Oldest
pull out
nuclear reactor in history.
enriched uranium from it.
Oh, okay. It's
What?
enriching uranium. It's probably
Natural
Yeah.
enriched uranium.
Yeah, imagine if it's
Whoa.
It's in Africa, so I don't know if that was the only place they've ever found. But it's one of
That
the
makes
place we've
sense,
found.
right? And
It's in
then,
Africa.
is there something like that in Afghanistan where this stone came from?
Oh, the lapis lazuli and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I assume that I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of thing is happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because that's like one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough mass of I think it's uranium 238, and they're trying to get 235 to get to 238, or the other way around. But if there's enough mass and neutrons hitting each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I'm no nuclear scientist, so.
Right.
Say the wrong thing.
Let's go back to those hieroglyphs, Jamie.
Yeah.
The lizard guy, the frog guy, or whatever that reptilian thing is, that freaks me out.
Oh yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares at times. It's kind of weird
because that's one of the things that the weirdest the weirdest stories when they start talking about aliens is the different types that visit.
Right.
And that one of them is a reptilian species that are the most creepy to deal with, which makes sense.
I heard the same thing. It would be. Yeah, I mean that
just
reptilian
like reptiles
brain.
on Earth.
Like chickens are assholes, you know?
Right, they are. And so are Komodo dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they could eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence. We kind of rule that out. But look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us, right?
Oh, for sure.
So why do we assume that it's only primates that reach an incredible high level of sophistication when we know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows, super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Yeah, problem solving smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce.
Not at
in
all.
any of these,
especially when intelligence is being exhibited by things that are really close evolutionarily to reptiles.
Yes. Yeah, and that would just be, you get to that, like, just lack of empathy, just that reptilian brain.
Right.
It's just aggression, and, like, everything that's not us is the enemy kind
That's
of deal.
the mind fuck is smart dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was in Jurassic Park, right? The raptors, they were
Clever
super
girl.
smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were smart,
Yeah.
which, makes sense.
Yeah, it's that whole pack, the instinct.
But the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles is fucking bananas.
Yeah, with the aliens, I don't often address it. But I put it firmly in the realm of like possible. Like it's just I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy. There could have massive civilizations galactically could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising. This is the Fermi paradox, right? Like, how come we haven't got like firm proof or anything? Even though people will say we have, but it's like, yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall. That span of a million years is just nothing on those time scales, and you can. Whole species can rise to massive prominence and then just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. And you got to try and do that across 14 billion years, and even that's in question now because the James Webb Telescope seeing stuff that's supposedly way older than that now.
Right.
I mean, we'll see. We're going to find out. Like this 3-eye atlas thing.
Yeah, what is that thing?
Super weird, right?
Well, Avi Loeb is convinced that it's a UFO, but that's what he does.
Yeah,
right. He did with that other one, Oumuamua or Oumuamua. So that one was a little odd.
That was weird. So it wasn't the weirdest thing about Oumuamua. Seems to be its path when after it turned around the sun and accelerated. Like that was the standard model of physics said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited sort of motion that was not what we predicted it would do. That's as
significant
much
amount
as we
of
can.
acceleration.
It accelerated. It was
like
outside.
noticeable.
Yeah, it accelerated.
But like to a factor of what?
Well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers and I guess the orbital dynamics people had done. That's what I understand was the most. Obviously, its shape and size. It was
There was
tumbling.
something about its reflective properties as well, right?
Well, I mean, just because it was so long and narrow and it was tumbling, that's what caused it to. We would catch like the long side of it, which the brightness would increase. So we had this oscillating brightness on it, and then it passed through the system, and it's going, whatever, 87 kilometers per second or whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun, but it accelerated that's what I understand it did. It accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet. It behaved like a comet. It had a tail. It was off-gassing water. It's just an interstellar ball of rock and ice is what they say that was. That didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3i Atlas thing is much larger. It's traveling much faster, apparently, than the previous two, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said they're almost seeing a metallic, like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it's going too fast to stop in our system unless it dramatically alters its velocity. But I mean, it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, but then we should see it again on the way out. So we'll know one way or the other if it actually is going to, if it changes behavior. I mean, what's he put it? Avi Loeb put it like 40-60 or something. Artificial to natural, but
really,
dude, it's so funny. I'm into Warhammer 40k in a big way, and it's just like I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium here soon, boys. So, all hail the Omnissiah. That thing might be a Mechanicus vessel. I don't know.
If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months.
If it slows down,
I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for, an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
Right.
I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century.
Open up the portal.
Yeah. I you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably
right.
Yeah, they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That seems like if that's how you're rocking it, you're still doing it the way we do it, where you have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Do you know that, like, the whole dark forest thing, like the dark forest theory?
No, what's that?
So this came out of, it was the Three Body Problem. Great series of books by a Chinese author got turned into a
amazing
TV show.
Netflix show.
A great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just, but it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like, imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just, you're out there. You know there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like, what should you do? Should you light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And these could be like, you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. The other guy could have some other energy weapon, whatever. You don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like, it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a roaring fire because and there's leopards out there,
right?
And because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100-something years now. Well, and we just hope, hey, we're friendly, please.
Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past war, and it's gotten past the way we behave. And so we're hoping and assuming that Space Brothers, Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and hook us up.
That's my response. I have this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times, and my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. I mean, we just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like it's just we're not like helping them. You know, we're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. You know, like I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point.
The territorial primate instincts that we exhibit, like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right?
Yeah.
We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally. You know, if you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. Yeah. What we want is aliens that are 1,000,000 years more advanced. We don't want aliens that are 1,000 years more advanced.
Got it.
Because they might be just like us, but way better.
just
that's
better
what we
guns.
don't, right? Because as soon as we start going into if we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same animal, right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology and remove the ego and
emotions.
All the other, mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, no, emotions and stuff, but maybe mushrooms helps us get
that
there
too.
for sure.
Emotions, all the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with, we would be the same way if we just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, of native species, animals that we kill, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? You know, we would probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, we'd pickle them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them.
Got gold in them caves? What
yeah,
have we got?
right. Look at what Columbus did when they, arrived and took the natives and had them get gold, and if they didn't, they cut their arms off.
Yeah.
Horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is the promising thing. Right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like, in fact, in the Travis Walton case, do you know that one? It's one of the most famous ones.
Not off the top of my head.
Real simple, 1970s, he's a logger. He's working with a group of guys. They see a ship. He runs toward it. He gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious. His friends flee. They come back. They're yelling at each other. We got to go back. We got to get him. They go back. He's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up. He finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking insane story.
Yeah.
But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and healed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do.
For sure.
You know, like we fucking, we shoot elephants.
It turns into Avatar.
Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always, it's a great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is, we're just not the end of that evolutionary chain. We're just the current version of humanity. Our frontal lobes are too big. Our frontal lobes are too small. Our adrenaline glands are too big. Our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be.
We love violence.
We love violence.
We love violence. Our national sport is dudes who are enormous running at each other full speed.
True.
And the other one is guys punching and kicking each other.
Yep.
I mean, it's kind
strangling.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We're so high. And then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously, at least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
And at least human beings are involved in a significant amount of war always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just we've always been at war with each other. I mean, I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it is still the best time to be alive.
100%.
Technologically speaking, but also, I mean, obviously we're much more aware of conflict around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Like, even though it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on, and
Yes.
hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. Like I haven't really talked about it in videos or put it down. It's part of the book I'm writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation into the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about it of like this linear progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school that, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we were in caves, civilization happened, how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen, is on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about next election cycle, next quarterly result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept, I call it, I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age to us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past. We've become relatively high technology. We've become civilized. And it happened. It would have been different to us, but we fell. We fell again. And we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm. And on a long enough timescale, we know it's going to happen again.
Yes.
Right. And if you can change that, if you could change that fundamental concept in people, like that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again. We're at this crazy point in time where our technology is super advanced. We can solve some of these problems, but we know on this timescale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like a little less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more of a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior over the last 25 years, right? It's changed. If you think about what's happened with that concept and that movement, it changes investment decisions. It changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behavior in the way we think about stuff. It's like this has crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as it not just being some harmless investigation into things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happened in the past actually could help us in our future. I think it's what drives, I think, my interest in it in a lot of ways too.
It's another piece of another example rather of how primitive we are, that the actual climate is political. That's bananas. Pollution is political.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, if you disagree, I mean, I always find it crazy that if you even question any of some of the like official narrative about this stuff, the first thing you've got to do is make sure you decry and say, no, pollution bad. Yeah. Just because I think that some of the science might be off. I'm not saying like let's pollute the oceans. Like, no, let's be stewards.
Yeah. But it's also the amount of time that we've polluted the oceans in is spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
That's nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time. Like a couple hundred years of like hardcore fishing.
Yeah,
and we fished out the ocean, man.
Just about.
That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it to the point where you're not even supposed to eat it every day.
Right, which is more's a pity.
Crazy.
Oh, I agree.
That's crazy. If you eat sushi every day, people don't recommend it.
On a beer bottle
on the
bottom of the Mariana Trench.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man. Yeah.
That's how gross we are. Somebody was over there and they chucked one overboard.
Yeah, it looks like it. Was it Heineken?
And it looks pretty recent, right? It's got the fucking label on it.
Yeah.
Right? The label hasn't even eroded.
The Challenger Deep.
If it's that recent, like, why isn't it covered in sediment? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like the surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that.
It's still floating around. I don't think it's.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
No, right.
Still moving around down there.
Somehow buoyant.
It's wow.
It should sink, I would imagine.
Unless there's some sort of a downward or upward current.
Yeah.
Scientists find beer bottle at the deepest point of the ocean. That's so bananas.
6.7 miles, 35,000 feet below the surface. That is.
How does it
I
not
don't wanna go
implode,
down
but that sub does?
Well, yeah, no air.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, wouldn't last long if there's a cap on it, that's for sure. But yeah,
How
yeah, I don't want to
nuts.
go down there. I like,
Fuck all that.
yeah,
Yeah. I'd rather watch a video. Not only that, they were watching a video. That's what's even crazier.
yeah.
You
They're
go
in
all the
it-
way down and you're watching a
watching a vid-
screen.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a window. You can't have a fucking window. It's
No,
too
exactly.
deep.
Yeah, yeah. Like one little, or just if there's one just giant thick thing at the front, you kind of like.
Imagine the freak out of being at the bottom.
James Cameron knows. I mean, he went down there. Yeah, not for
He
me.
went there by himself.
I know he did. It's crazy. In that, yeah, in that he did it right, but
I guess. If you're gonna do it,
yeah,
why is he doing that?
I want
James,
four
we
feet of
need you.
titanium around me, like in a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yeah, we need you to make movies.
Maybe not a carbon fiber tube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially not one that the engineer said wasn't really designed for those depths.
Yeah, that cracked. Did you ever watch that documentary? It's, dude, they're putting that thing out. They do the scale model and they're testing it under pressure, and they're all standing around in a room and it just goes bang. Like it's just, and every test they did, it went bang and blew. And they're
But
like,
yet
oh,
they
it's
did
fine.
like
We'll go."
20 successful trips with that.
Oh, they did a
thing.
bunch, yeah. Well, even the scariest part is like when you're in the footage with it and you can hear it popping. Like it's literally the carbon fiber strands snapping. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrifying.
Imagine being one of those people that successfully made that journey, and then the nightmares that you have every day.
Like the
because
one
you
right before
barely
it.
missed it. Yeah, the one right before. Barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the animation, the
Oh.
computer recreation of what it would look like.
Yeah,
Everyone just-
implosion.
yeah, you turn to blood cells.
Yeah.
Just splatter.
Yeah, you wouldn't even. It said that it happens faster than the time it would take for you to even register that it happened. Like for your
Yeah.
senses to register in your brain that it happened. It's over. It's,
Pressure. The pressure.
yeah. I
But
mean,
just the fact that we're that weird, that we choose to do that we have technology, and we're like, let's see,
yeah.
let's go.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny the way they skirted the. I mean, he signed everyone up as like basically expedition team members. That's how they got around. I'm not selling seats for this. Like they're coming on. They all had a technical role supposedly, and it was like he was getting around the regulations and the safety regulations. But yeah, no interest in that sort of pressure. Man. I mean, I dive, but
That
not like that.
diving is swimming.
Pretty much.
It's just like
yeah.
hardcore swimming.
Simulation of the implosion is crazy.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this.
It said that it would have happened in 20 milliseconds, and it takes like 150 milliseconds for your brain to feel pain.
That's. Yeah, no, thank you. No.
God. Oh my God. Why does this freak me out so much? It's because a guy went on with his son.
Yeah, it's a terrible story. I mean, it's just.
Why? I wish I was friends with that guy. I'd be like, dude,
Yeah.
no.
It's not the place I'd want to explore. Like there is some stuff off Cuba. They say they reckon pyramids. It's kilometers deep in the ocean. But
I've seen that. I've seen internet videos. on it. I
yeah,
don't
like
know
the
if-
imaging.
Yeah.
But I did dive. We were in Alexandria. I dived on the lighthouse. So there's and there was a news article just the other day about the Egyptians were pulling like more stuff out of the water there at Heraklion and at the lighthouse of Alexandria. Quite an interesting story. And we were in Alexandria, dive in the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side, and I mean it's amazing. There's massive columns and massive megalithic blocks in the water from when that the lighthouse it fell down or it collapsed. There was an earthquake. And so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic blocks like these and huge columns, and it has a history that stretches back too, right? It's the megalithic stuff is what's associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later is typically not that big, but yeah, this is actually
what's nuts. That's what's nuts is that
Yeah.
the older you go, the bigger the stones are.
Well, and what's funny is when we looked into the erosion at places like the Giza Plateau, you have 2 or 3 feet. It's not on the Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion, but you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid. There's some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there that we can see now that they've taken the boat museum away. And up and down the causeway, there is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. Like it's these waves. I think I have a directory on that drive with the erosion on it, and it's you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is Fourth Dynasty, right? So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks. Doesn't have any erosion, not like the Valley Temple does. The Western Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautifully made. It's smaller limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So yeah, here's a good example. This is the mortuary or the Pyramid Temple. So you can see where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what are said to be contemporary structures, said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made by allegedly by the same people. And
what force did they attribute that erosion to?
Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they will say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks.
And that was, that was stolen and quarried?
They were taken, but it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find there's another picture in here of like the that's so there. Like, see, this is said to, like that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is at the Pyramid Temple. No, back to that one. Yep. So that deep erosion's at that Pyramid Temple. This one wall to the right, they say this is older than that. And that this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons. And it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies, right? So we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. The U.S., the government departments have studied it. They put limestone blocks on the top of a building in Washington, D.C. in a government department and studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure. So you can go, okay, this was carved in whatever year this guy died, and as you can measure it and over time get a sense for like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in a river and we let it wash over, like a very highly erosive environment where we've got running water running over the stone, and how long it takes to erode. For some of the erosion that you can, if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering, and this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years to get that much erosion on it. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert is.
What?
Yeah. So yeah, that's it side by side. So you have, literally, they'll tell you that thing on the right is older. This was built by Khufu. This is supposedly Khafra, his son. Wow. But it's completely different. So this is that Tailor to Industries thing as well. But they attribute all this to the same people. But you can baseline this because it's the same stone. It's at the same elevation level. It's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like, it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that was cased in granite has severe erosion. Yet there's buildings all around it and up and down the plateau they say are built at the same time, yet it's smaller blocks, it's not as nice work, and it's not eroded like that. Like,
and what's the conventional explanation for that discrepancy?
They just don't address it. Like, I've not seen anyone. Well, I mean, because the argument's always been the Sphinx Temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, he talked about the fact that you needed thousands of years of rainfall erosion to get those patterns on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not. There was no comparison made. It was always like, well, this. You know, the geologists and the experts say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the marklanders saying, oh, no, it's wind and sand. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th Dynasty. It's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone type as the mortuary or the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid Complex. So after Khufu. So if he built that, then his son Khafra built this one. How come this one, which was also cased in granite and this wasn't, how come this is so much more eroded than this? It's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone. You would assume that it's been subjected to the same weathering. Why is this so weathered and that is not? It's that you can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen anyone respond to that argument with anything that makes any remote sense. Like
remote sense would dictate one's older.
Yeah, I mean, I like to show people like which one looks older. Like
same stone,
same elevation level, same everything.
Has to be.
Yeah, I mean it's, and again we know
that's crazy. That's crazy.
And it's not like this. This is very hard nummulitic limestone. Like it's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone.
The idea that there was a civilization that built monolithic construction, 100,000 years ago, is crazy.
It is.
That's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work?
Yeah, I saw the episode. Yeah.
That is a very interesting episode when he's talking about how
far back we go?
human beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years.
At least. So that's the fossil record.
Right. That's all we found. There might be human beings that were 500,000 years ago.
There's
6.
Good evidence for it, actually.
Really?
Yeah. So the Morocco find, I've talked about this for years as well. It's that the fossil record. So we used to be 190, we were 50,000, then it's 195,000 with the Ethiopian bones, and it's 315 or 19 with the Morocco find. That's the latest in the fossil record, anatomically modern humans. However, there are studies. I think this is in the Other Vectors directory. I've got those studies. There's 2 studies that I reference usually. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousin. Like, we didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they then, based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the paper suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. Like, that's when we carved off
100,000 years ago.
Yep. And there's another study on teeth morphology, which actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old. And they were looking at, all right, so our nearest common ancestor, how quickly does our teeth have to evolve and morph, like this teeth morphology? How quickly does that have to happen for us to basically have the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? And they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work. And then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people from all around the world, and they figured out the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they basically worked backwards from there and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolve, then we may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000 years. So you have 2 different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies do suggest the possibility could be up to towards 1 million years old for human beings. It gets real interesting, even within the 300,000 years, but certainly if you stretch it back further, I mean, you can find graphs of the temperature and the global temperature in ice core data from Antarctica that goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys. Like, we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warm period where civilization flourishes. But we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the Earth where nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within, up to 1 million years potentially.
That's fucking crazy.
Could be.
Well, it's not.
It'd be dust for a lot of it, but
it would be dust what we would find now.
Yeah.
But it's not. But that's what Michael Button's argument. When you're dealing with anatomically similar human beings, or anatomically exactly the same creature.
Give us warm weather and enough food to eat, and we start fucking solving problems.
Which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular, was that it was very fertile.
It was in the African human period. This is one of my arguments. Is I think if we just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African humid period and before it, when the Sahara was a savanna. And that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target. It's because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we're knocked back to a relative Stone Age. The people that were populating the Nile, and people have been in the Nile, we know, for like hundreds of thousands of years. Like, people live, and if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it in the only part of that country that was habitable. It's the Nile Valley, and that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about. But they've all been, let's assume they kick-started with stuff, and they been inherited and renovated and reused, and the dynastic Egyptians made them their own, assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe near an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer, we might be another Assyrian out there, like this subterranean things. There might be another Serapeum. There might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not been touched, and it hasn't been inherited and reused.
Well, that's where the Reichart structure gets weird.
Right, and that's on a timeline that could be very ancient because it's very eroded. Then it's hard to see anything like this. You know, it's interpretive almost at this point to figure out that if there was a structure there or anything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's also, that's another one when you go above and you look at the satellite imagery, you go, oh boy, that place got washed.
Yeah, it did.
It got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed because there's literal salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
which is nuts.
It is nuts.
The whole thing is nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like
Jimmy Corsetti has some amazing videos on that.
Well, yeah,
if anybody's interested.
Jimmy does,
and you do as well.
Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, so Michael Donnellan's is an interesting talk about Melon Burrows and that same satellite scan company. There's a guy named Michael Donnellan who's been working. He was working with them, still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found, at least, if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis off the coast of Spain. And they've 100% found some shit in the waters, and they've been diving on it for a couple of years now and building a documentary. But it's pretty convincing. He's found, again, another like underwater, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well off the coast of Spain.
Wow. I saw that documentary was coming out. I didn't know exactly what they had discovered. Is there images that we can see right now of what they discovered?
It's no, we saw like an advanced preview of it
close to his chest
until it comes out. But they discovered it with that Merlin Burrows scanning tech, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it. And we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to and met him. I've since talked to him a bit. Fascinating. 100% found something. Like it is man-made. Like whatever it is. Yeah, so this is like the preview, little teaser thing.
Ooh, when does this come out?
I'm not sure when the streaming. I feel like it's got to be this year. I hope he's mostly done with it.
It says 2025.
Okay, so then,
or at least the trailer is.
That was Tim Akers for a second, the old guy with the beard when he was still alive.
When did he die?
I think it was just last year or the year before.
Damn.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm very happy I got John Anthony West on a couple of times before he passed.
It's one of my big regrets is never actually having the chance to meet the man.
Oh, he was great.
He's phenomenal. You know, there's a clip I use in my videos of him back in the 90s.
Does it show any images, Jamie? No.
Not really. Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I use it in some of my videos, and he's standing at this cabinet, the same cabinet I stand in front of. I take people there to the Cairo Museum, and he's looking at this beautiful diorite vase with a super thin neck, and it's like this beautiful but tiny little thin neck on it and flared, and he's just saying, you know, how much these vases are an anomaly. They're pre-dynastic. We don't know how they made them. You know, how do you machine out the inside of this vase through this tiny little neck? Someone did it. And he said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to like apply modern technology and study these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's just fantastic that vase scan project is basically doing what he thinks we should be doing. And we're learning a ton about it.
His DVD series, Magical Egypt, is what got me hooked.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what you've said.
That series is insane.
I think it's
so good.
He was great. A symbologist, and I think that symbologist view of ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm kind of deep on. Sometimes he'd ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook. Which is hard to get these days, his guidebook to ancient Egypt. And it literally has about this much on the Serapeum because there's just no real writing down in the Serapeum. That's the place with the 25 giant, like 100-ton stone boxes. It's one of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt. But there wasn't a lot to, like, for a symbologist to interpret in that place. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Go check it out, some boxes. And we spent 4 hours down there.
It's interesting if you think of him, like, concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he did.
Oh.
And just, you need one of those too, right?
Oh, for sure.
You need a bunch of different people looking at all the different aspects of it.
Yeah.
And he was another one that had his interpretation was this is a lot older.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It seems no one seems to like do a deep dive on it and go, oh no, they figured this out.
No, right.
Zahi's example was so crazy. His explanation was this was the national project.
Dude, I tried to watch that podcast.
Imagine if we're all going to fly without wings. This is the national project. You're just going to use your mind and fly without wings. We're all just going to work on that.
I have heard him say that for 10 years, 11 years, 10 years.
It's a national project?
Yes. I asked him that question 2015. I was in the room with Graham Hancock and him having this debate. It wasn't a debate. They were yelling. Like Zahi flipped out earlier in the day. But we asked him that question. I've heard him given that answer so many times. You ask him about anything precision or logistics, or these difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard, therefore they did, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one who gives that response, by the way. That's a pretty stock standard answer to anything where you say, well, how did they move a 1,000-ton statue 1,000 miles, which is what they did at one point. Or how did they build the pyramid so precisely, or whatever? Or how did they do it in the time frame? No, national project. They just really wanted to, and it's the response. The good examples like the Apollo. Like let's assume, the Apollo 11 the Apollo program, right? Going to the moon. That was a national project at the time. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it from a relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just fucking all come together with a big, piece of fabric and fling some people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology.
Right.
That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, no, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these vases, 4/10 of a micron or 6/10 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision I've seen on one of them.
It's interesting too that these vases, these small things that you can hold in your hand, are evidence of this incredible technology.
Mm-hmm.
When these enormous statues also exist, but you don't think of the vases as being the thing that's the smoking gun, but it kind of is.
They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried with those people. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues. But I have a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tube drills and the precision and the machining. It's the same technique. It's the stone types. There are a bunch of like tubular drills on the Great Pyramid, a whole bunch of them. People don't know about them or where they are, but I've got pictures and I can show people. The statues show the same machining marks. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. The same tools were used. The same precision shows up. And in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the
best examples of the oldest.
The single piece columns are absolutely incredible. Like those, the Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that these columns of granite in Egypt, they start off wide and they get narrower and narrower and narrower, and then they flare out at the top, and it's all a single piece. And that means that the entire piece that was quarried had to be as wide as the widest part at the top, and then machined down. These columns have friggin' vertical. They have lathe centering points on them. Like there's imagine it's like 150 tons turning on a vertical lathe or something that they did to create some of these things.
So there's points that show that it was on a lathe?
Oh, it was definitely centering points on these columns. There's a forest of them laying out at Tanis, and you can see it on the end points. And
can we show that? That's nuts. And what's the weight of these things?
Oh, it's up to. I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200 tons. And you have these existing on Old Kingdom sites, like Saqqara, Giza, Abu Sir, the single-piece columns. They are also on sites later on that are attributed to the New Kingdom, places like the Luxor Temple or Karnak. However, I think that those places had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the New Kingdom, Seti I, Merenptah, Ramses II, built around them. And you can see the difference in technology of what's in the granite core with the giant obelisks and the columns and the granite buildings that look like the Valley Temple and the old structures. Then outside of that, it's all sandstone and it's blocks. And they made giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They would stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone, and making blocks out of rounds and just making columns out of rounds is way easier than trying to build a single flared, granite column. And even the
On a
Romans.
lathe.
I mean, it has to have been something like that. It can't have been that all the way because you have, actually, Jamie, in that Precision Large directory, there's a picture of a column end. Like I'm standing next to this amazing end piece, but some of them are faceted, so it can't have all been lathe work.
Right.
They have little buttresses and features, but certainly the column of the lathe, the circular part, could have been done, or the column, the center of the column could have been done on a lathe. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean,
How big is this lathe?
huge. I mean, that's what Chris Dunn thinks. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the columns I'm standing next to. That's at Tanis. And if you flip through, there's like a column end point there's an end there. So see there's a hole in the tip. So you have this is a place called Temple of Bastet, and there were forests of these things. Like, look at that
Pause
thing.
with that.
That thing is one of the most.
Look at that.
That's one of my favorite artifacts in all of Egypt. It is immaculate. The faceting. Look at that bull nose that runs up the center of that frond of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. I mean, it tapers. It's thick on one end and it thins right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. On each of these fronds, I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had, probably hundreds of these things on these sites. I mean, and it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abu Sir, which are all Old Kingdom sites. So again, these were existing in the early times. They didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces.
Go back to those images again, please. Look how crazy that looks.
Yeah.
One solid piece of granite.
Yeah, and flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had force multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skill they got from the Greeks. They built single piece granite pillars, but they were tapered the whole way. They weren't anything as precise. They're quite rough. You've been to the Pantheon. This one's one of my favorites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You can see the dude standing at the bottom. I've actually got a picture of me there as well, but it's.
Yeah, you see that dude at the bottom.
Yeah.
Zoom out so we can see the whole thing with him. It's not working.
There it is.
Look at that.
So I think that's been that's a reworked column that the Romans reworked, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone. I'm not actually sure. But this is in Alexandria in Egypt, but huge.
And where did that come from?
And so this is how they do it. It's Aswanian granite. It's like 1,000 kilometers away.
So then when you get to New Kingdom.
So this is the stacked rounds of sandstone. And I always like to show people this corner of Karnak because it's an unfinished column on the end there. You can see how they did it. They'd stack up those blocks and they'd basically shave it down. And they would end up, and this is imitation too, right? This is a key thing you see, even with the vases, people knew what was sophisticated. Like anyone who works with stone, whether you're primitive or not, you see an artifact like that or one of those statues or a column out of stone, you're like, holy shit, how did they do that? So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it and I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate and imitate.
But with sandstone.
With sandstone and in a technological method that they were capable of, which is to put blocks of sandstone up,
right,
shave it down and make it look like one of these columns.
Whoa.
And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong.
Karnak
is the great sort of hyperstyle hall at Karnak. It's phenomenal. And it is the work of the New Kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. I love the Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples right in front of you of like high tech and then low tech.
And so by New Kingdom, what year?
1500 BC ish.
Wow. So even then, they're still doing spectacular stuff. It's just not as sophisticated.
It was by all accounts, the Old Kingdom, or in the New Kingdom, that was Egypt's height, like the height of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Like Ramses II in particular, always call him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples, and it's very, very clear. Yeah, this is that Pompey's Pillar that they call it. It's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, I mean, again, the devil's in the details. You have the names of kings that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom on various structures. You also, at one point in that hall where they've pulled up a massive floor tile, underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. It's another, like an older and white calcite column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on the very oldest of sites, which tells you there was a columned hall here before and either got destroyed or knocked down, but the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence for these layers of infrastructure on these sites that tells you, okay, this is you. It's like looking at these ancient sites. You always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, there's been thousands of years of not only inheritance but renovation and reuse and claiming. Like it's people have asked me if I think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So if you imagine there's evidence for like 5 or 6 of these giant 1,000-ton statues, like which are the typical stuff you see at Luxor with the head jet and the Nemes crown or the bowling pin thing on the head, and they're always in that iconic symbolic style of ancient Egypt.
Can you go to some of those?
Yeah, I have the Precision Large has probably got the statues. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from this Stone Age, but you have this history and these legends of these stories, and you come across, so this iconic look. And again, this stretches back. This is an Old Kingdom statue. This is attributed to. This is made of diorite, by the way. This is called Khafre Enthroned, one of my favorite statues, with the columns from Saqqara in the background.
So this is made out of that same impossibly hard stone.
Yes, it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the Mohs scale, and it's phenomenal. This is an incredible statue.
And this exhibits that facial symmetry as well.
It looks like it. I've not seen the actual scans from this, but this thing actually has tubular drill marks and saw cuts in it too. So it's got between his heels you see the remnants of a tube drill.
Keep that there, please.
I've probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the tube drill between the heels. And then in the legs on the inside, you can actually see overcuts, like saw cuts from where they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone, and it's overrun. Which is, if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours, to actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, you can overcut in there, and there's like little mistakes.
Go to the full of this, please.
Yeah.
So your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient looks.
Yes, I think they inherited their iconography from the artifacts that they gained in like statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And I mean, if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change very much. Like it's the same look. And how do the kings draw themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the gods, right? They always talk about, eventually they got this aura of divinity. You became a god, like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case. But they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always match themselves and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And again, eventually, once you get hubris and ego involved in some of these really big, really rich kings, you're like, damn it, I am one of the gods. Put my name on his statue. That's how I want to be remembered. And there were multiple gods. Seti I did it. His son, Ramses II, his son, Merenptah, particularly in the New Kingdom. I mean, Petrie called Ramses the Great Usurper. That was his name for him, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at that icon from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicted in the same way, and that's part of it from day one. Like it feels like. So, and I think, where do you get that picture from? It's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, an account of Diodorus Siculus coming across one of these statues in the desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like a weary traveler in a desert in an unknown land comes along two vast and trunkless legs of stone over, like, nearby a shattered visage lies, still like sort of full of sneer and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone are the words, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my work, ye mighty, in despair." And the endless sands stretch far away. I'm paraphrasing
God, people
it.
are dicks.
Yeah.
Especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Nothing beside remains, round and round the decay, that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sand stretch. So it's like, if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of 1,000 tons. Have you probably? I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum and the 1,000-ton statues. Like, there's 4 or 5 of them at least that happened, but they're incredible single piece stone statues that were moved, in some cases up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in a colossal directory.
Size of them. And did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation?
But I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think it was with enough dudes with enough leverage, you can probably yeet that thing over and it'll crack when it falls. And I think there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the icon and all the, the false idols of the past.
Of course.
There's at a place called Tanis. There's a giant foot that my whole outstretched hand wouldn't fit in the toenail. And it's a repurposed block of granite, and Petrie found it, and there's other pieces of this statue. So we know it was a statue that, had it been standing, it's about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, to give it a frame of reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis is in the north, and it's north of Cairo, like it's up in the delta towards the Mediterranean, and Cairo's down here. It's like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000-ton, probably more like 1,500-ton block of stone, because they didn't finish them. They didn't ship them finished. We know they finished stuff on site. Like 1,000 kilometers north. There's an even better example, Jamie. I think is
that the foot?
The foot at Tanis. No, that's it there. The first one. Yeah. In my
I was looking. I didn't see it.
in the massive. Okay. There's actually my video thumbnail in the ancient Tanis, largest stone statue ever made. Which one? Giant, huge objects. Yeah. There you go. So let's go up one. That's the foot there. So you see that's it's funny because this block's been repurposed. It's been cut off on both sides and used as a block in a wall. They cut the front off it and the back off it and stuck it in and rebuilt it. This thing... there's a picture of the whole arm when it was put together in that directory. So that's a giant thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. I got one picture of it. One time I was there, they put the whole arm together, and that is probably the most impressive example. It's in there, I'm sure. Let's see. It's that down. Yep, up one. There you go. Yeah, so this is it's made from composite quartzite. So this is at Karnak. This is one of several of statues of this size at Karnak. And what's impressive about this, they put this together for 1 year, and then they took it apart and I got told that it was because people were freaking out about how big this must have been. They didn't it gives a sense of scale, and then people are like, what the fuck? How are they doing this? So they took it apart again, but you can still see the thumb there today, so it's turned on its side. Now, what's cool about this is that it's a straight arm. So a lot of those statues, like the one at the Ramesseum, they're seated, so they always have their elbows bent at their knees. Mm-hmm. This thing was standing. So it was a standing statue, 1,000 tons, made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work than granite. It's a very hard, compressed form of sandstone. It's like 6.5 to 7, but it's full of flint. It's a stone carver's nightmare. It's like you can see the chunks of flint in the stone, but they somehow work that surface just with no problem going over flint, which is 7.5 on the Mohs scale. The trick with this statue is where that stone came from. It's a Karnak in the south, Aswan for granite a bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from Aswan. It comes from the Red Mountains north of Cairo. And the tricky part here is that the Nile River flows north, right? So it's like it's because it's north that people are like, oh, it's flowing up, but it flows to the north. So they had to take the block for that thing, I'd say 1,500 tons easy. They had to bring that upriver, 600 miles or something, 500 miles.
Wow.
I don't know how you explain that, and there's certainly no depictions of them doing that. That is a logistical feat. I mean, I don't know how you can rival it.
It was a national project. Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Just a national project. They really wanted to. Dude.
Well, it's one of those really amazing mysteries because the actual facts of it are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation to the point where it opens up people to the possibility that maybe we don't know. Almost anyone listening to this, it's even remotely reasonable, that sees that goes, okay, I think this picture's a lot bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah. That's honestly my response to it too. Is I don't know how they did this. You can't do it primitive fashion. Like we literally tried. Like we've had the Thunderstone is the example.
How would they even do it today?
Hydraulics and diesel power, like huge bar. I mean, I didn't even know. You try to move. I mean, it's like makes newspaper headlines when they shift a load of like 150 tons on a truck somewhere. 1,000 tons these days.
1,500 tons?
1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes. We have the capability, but it's usually by water on giant. I don't know if we could, how we transport a load like that over anything other than water.
Imagine the wooden boat and how hard those dudes are rowing.
Upriver, too.
Not only that, how deep is the water? And when you're dealing with 150 tons, how far does it sink? You know what I'm
displacement.
saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
How much of a boat do you need? And can you fit a boat that wide?
In parts of the Nile you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've looked at this, that you sure as shit can't do it at the quarry, because this is what they say. You go to the quarry, and this is an example I like to give people all the time. The unfinished obelisk, at the Aswan quarry, it's like 1,200 tons, more or less, like 10 tons off or something. They will tell you that, so there's this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour, where they park the boat to take the stone. I mean, there is no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even would. It's like this is not in the realms of possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obelisk. It would literally just be this giant clunk. It would just it just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. That's an extraction. They pulled a fucking block out of there the same size as the obelisk. It's gone. You can see it. It's an off-limits area to the quarry, but we kind of get in there every time.
So someone somehow pulled that off.
It's already been done, 100%. We know it has because we've got the statues. The blocks of that size and tonnage have been successfully transported and shaped. However, in that place they call the quarry in the harbour, it's all scoop marks. It's the same technology, and here's where it gets wild. Is that there's, you can see the extraction that's come out. It's massive, basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like an order of 1,200 to 1,300 tons in a piece got pulled out of there. And in the corner, right up at the end where you see the boxy end of whatever this was taken out, on the wall, there's red ochre painting. It's paintings of like emus or flamingos and some other dolphins and other stuff. And it's an identical match for the art style and paintings that you find on pre-dynastic pottery that comes from the Carter culture and before. It's exactly the same. It's not dynastic Egyptian. It's pre-dynastic artwork. That's been put on the wall. I hope I have pictures of that. I know I do on here. It's actually, I have a video called It's on I have a video where I look at all this on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So to me it's an indication of there was a primitive, these people that were there are living there in the thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptian civilization rose, were obviously in that quarry, and they found this convenient wall to put some artwork on, and they painted on it, which tells you that, well, this extraction had to happen before that, right? It had to have been taken out before that.
And how far before?
We don't know. Can't date the stone. So, but somebody took a piece like that out of there, 100%, with the same technology, the scoop marks and stuff.
Have you found anything on that, Jamie? Once you get that, let's look at the unknown obelisk too. So to give people a reference point.
Unfinished obelisk.
Yeah, the unfinished obelisk is how many feet?
I have that open now. That is definitely in that other directory. That's the video about the obelisk. But
The unfinished obelisk is how long?
Oh God, it's got to be I don't know, 100 feet long or something like that. It's a 90 feet long. I'm thinking you'll see it in the picture. It's a giant block. So it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. It is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out, and then for whatever reason they stopped. But if you assume that the obelisk would have a square section, which means same width as like this, a square section, it would have its mass with the granite there at like 2.7 tons per cubic meter is roughly 1,200 tons.
And did they stop because it was cracked, or did
that's
they
what
not
they say?
know?
That's what they say. I don't think so. I don't think that it doesn't. To me, that's hard to say whether it was cracked or not. It was people tried to quarry it after. There wasn't much attempt made to quarry. I don't know why you would, even if it cracked, why not use it? If it's actually if it was done during dynastic Egypt, you've done all that work. You've cut out the trenches on all of it around. You could cut pieces out of that. It'd take way less work. You want to get a smaller piece of stone for something else, just cut it. Like you should use it, but that's not what happened.
Unless their technology was so sophisticated that what they wanted was very specific, and they could just do it again.
Yeah, and maybe it didn't crack. I think that's an example, like you do see on a lot of these sites, like the Serapeum, like the Assyrian at the quarry, that something happened that meant tools down. Yeah, so here's the painting. This is the pictographs. Those are the paintings, and if you compare that to what's on like the pre-dynastic vases, you'll see exactly the same thing.
Now, so these depictions of flamingos, was it possible to date the paint that they used?
I think you probably could. I don't know if anybody ever has. I'd love to see that done. Yeah, I would love for that to happen. That's a very good point, because there's a few things in Egypt where I'm like, why don't we date that?
Sorry, Jamie, scroll down a little bit. That Scoopy thing. Below that. Yeah, they're right there. What's that?
So that's another piece near in the quarry, and this puts the lie to the stupid pounding stone theory of how they explain this in the mainstream, because these scoop marks they tell you are pounding stones. This is another big piece. This is probably, we guess this piece, it was probably going to be like a smaller seated statue, but still something that's maybe 150 tons. And they were cutting this out. So you can see this is the process of like carving out underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can get in these trenches, and the scoop marks are crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall, like 15 feet straight down these ridges. They go all along the ground under and then up on the roof side. So if you're pounding, you would have been doing this, pounding up to pound that out. And it's a very sharp turn on the inside. It's the result of some tool. Like
also, someone's got to be underneath it when it finally cracks loose.
Yep, that would not. Yep, not. Don't want to draw that short straw. Thank you very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. It's great, and there's
very bizarre looking.
And you can grab that stone and whack at it, and just see how little effect you'll have with the
But those stones is that an example of what they are trying to claim was used?
Yes.
How long would that take? So is that the unfinished obelisk?
That is the unfinished obelisk.
And so where is that sucker cracked?
So there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. I think it's that crack up towards the top, is what they say. How it cracked, but we don't know how
we
it
don't
cracked.
know if it cracked after the fact either.
It's possible that, like a lot of these places, that it was a tools down situation, just something happened to stop, whether it's civil unrest, cataclysm.
Right.
And this thing was buried too. Like that's the thing. There was a lot of quarrying that happened after this at higher levels. Like, so this is, you got to imagine when you go to this quarry, it's like they've cut the top off a granite mountain. They've taken so much granite out of there. Huge granite mountain. So to get down to this sort of high quality granite, which is not surface level granite, you have to go 10, 12, 15 meters into granite to get blocks that are even possible to be this size, or this, one single piece. And in fact, even now, that you can see that, like, all of this has changed. This is not, there's no staircase. All of that gravel up to the north of that has all been moved. We're still clearing the site out, or they are. But when this was first discovered, it was buried in like 7-8 meters of quarry rubble from all of the quarrying that had happened above it and around it, like for thousands of years. The Egyptians, the Romans. Yeah, this was buried.
How'd they know it was there?
Well, so there was like an edge, one little edge piece poking out. Like, what the hell is this? And then it was it was Flinders Petrie's assistant who actually excavated that site, and he had to like split a bunch of big blocks to even get it out of the way. It took them forever, but they eventually uncovered it all. Yeah.
Wow.
But it was the back end of it's like 7-8 meters of rubble that they had to clear out. I mean, yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it is. And to me, it's like it's quite plausible. It's a possibility that was there. It was done.
Also quite plausible that there's more of that stuff out there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's sort of been cleared and made available for tourists. But there's tons of quarries. Like, these are great pictures. That's the dual image. This is when it first popped out. Yeah, so they had this section of it, and they're like, wow, this is something else. And so what happened with the pounding stones are really interesting because there were thousands of them out on the site, these round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken. They were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break them. So he stood up on like 15 feet up, and he's hurling these stones down onto the granite. Like bang, bang. He had to do it like 10 times, and eventually he cracks a chip off on them because they're dolerite. They're hard. They are harder stone. And look, you will eventually create enough dust. Eventually, I mean, it's like there actually have been studies done. Dennis Stocks did a study, and it's the volume. It's basically you remove about, I think it was 2/3 the volume of a golf ball in an hour of pounding.
Yo.
So not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people it's like you can only fit like these trenches around this column. It's not like you can put 1,000 dudes in there. They've got to sit in there. There's like one person in one spot and dudes. And so all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls. Add another third for the, because it's 2/3 a golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. That's how many hours it would take, which is, I mean, decades of effort. Like it's not remotely possible to do it in any reasonable time frame. People can't.
And also,
and pounding stones is like, come on.
How do you break it free? Like,
well, that's the issue.
Who's underneath it when they're pounding? Like, how does?
That's what I think these balls were. So I think they're very difficult to break. They've taken away all the broken ones. The only ones on site now are these like little nice rounded ones. And even then, you can't do it from all in a couple. You have to kind of let it go and catch it, and your arms would burn out in no time. But I think the reason so many were broken, I think, and you can actually see this in the harbour area. There are these channels that I think they cut under them. You can see the remnants of them where they took the big extraction out. And I suspect what they did was they would shove these balls of dolerite in there, and it would provide them enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the whatever scoop out or remove the other attachment points. And then you're also, once you get out of that trench, you can now shift this thing ever so slightly to get whatever you would need to get under it to lift it up out of there. Because that's the other problem with the obelisk is like it's on an angle, and I mean the trench is going to be, when it's complete, they had only dug down 2/3 as deep as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep down there, and you've got to get under it. So it's on an angle. You have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench and then somehow move it to get, it's this rocky, crazy environment to move it to get it somewhere to then take it wherever else you're taking it. But you'd have to be able to maneuver. So I honestly think those dolerite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings that were just, that's all they were used for, was to support it while you cut it free. And then a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass of something like that, which explains why so many of them were broken. Because you ain't broken those things by pounding on them. Like it's just not going to break.
That actually makes sense, that they were used as some sort of a ball bearing.
Yeah.
But even so, even if that's the case, like how, what?
Well, how are you lifting it? What are you doing to lift that obelisk out?
How many people are involved if it's just manual labor?
You cannot fit enough people around that obelisk to even come close. Like you're probably not even to get 10% of the amount of people. Like it's such a rocky, weird. You can't fit that many people around it today. I have no idea how I don't think they were doing this without the expectation that they could get it done. You know what I mean?
But what kind of conventional explanation is this?
There's nothing
for this.
It's nothing.
There's nothing.
They
just gloss over it. We don't know. They say we don't know.
They don't address the realities of the 1,000-ton stuff. I've not seen anyone address those realities. Well, okay, so they do, and it's like with logistics, they will show you pictures where the Egyptians are moving something that is 100 tons or 150 tons, and say, see. Now, that's not how logistics works. So for example, with the statues, we know they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Djibouti Hotep, and I've got this in the statues directory. I think it's a painting on a wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there's rows of guys. They've got the imprint of dudes behind dudes, and they're all pulling on a rope. No pulleys. Again, they didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling, wooden levers, a wooden sled. They're dragging this statue. In the case of this statue, we know about this statue. There's pieces of it left. It was made from alabaster. Calcite's not as heavy as granite. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons, which is quite a load. It's respectable, right? And you can imagine, but with enough labor and on a sled, this is it. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or in front of them. So you can count all these dudes and the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been papers written about this. There's literally, I think, a Japanese team wrote a paper about what it would take to do this. And okay, this is possible. For 57 tons with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, it's not like that scales up on like a linear increase in difficulty to something that's 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic exponential curve. You cannot take this explanation and apply it to something that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The friction coefficient goes through the roof. Those sleds would literally just drive into the ground. You can't. You get to. You're in realms of mass where it's like material failure becomes a problem. Wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You cannot. You certainly can't move it up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation work to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 kilometers.
If there's a place that you could go back in time and see, that is it. That is it.
Yeah, quarry would be a good one.
God, if you could go back in time just to see construction, I guess quarry. Yeah. But I mean,
pyramids. Yeah.
How are you lifting things? What are you doing? What does your machinery look like? Yeah. You must have some kind of technology that is just dust in the wind now.
It has to be, because we've tried this. Like, there's an example. Do you know about the Thunderstone? You heard of this thing?
No.
Okay. So
no, I did hear about this.
Yeah. So in like the 1700s, I think it was, pre-industrial age. Well, the early days, but no diesel power, no hydraulics. And this is the Thunderstone. So we did, like in Russia, they moved this thing from Finland to Russia. It's at St. Petersburg. They carved it as they went. It's the base now for I think a bronze statue of Peter the Great. But this is how they did it. And so basically you can see the capstans, the twist things these dudes are working on. They're rotating. They would dig these giant holes to anchor these big logs in the ground, to then use pulleys and force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they would have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spheres, these big giant bowling ball sized spheres of bronze. And on a good day, they'd move this thing 150 meters.
Wow.
450 feet.
Still pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it took them years and years, and then this thing weighed around 1,500 tons.
It's interesting that using bronze spheres,
brass spheres. I'm sorry.
Whatever metal spheres.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to what you're describing with the obelisk.
Right. But there's, again, when you compare the level of technology here to ancient Egypt, there's nothing. They show you what they did with that Djibouti Hotep image. It's a wooden sled, no force multipliers, no capstans, no pulleys, none of that. Just dudes yanking on a rope. There's no evidence they use pulleys.
Pouring water on the sand to make it slippery.
Milk or whatever, right? Oil. Yeah. Who knows? It's just stupid. You cannot explain it when it took us everything they had for years and years to move that. And by the way, they took that across the Gulf of Finland, and it wasn't on some little river barge either. They built a giant platform, took them a year to build it, and then they had to put warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. It's massive to even plop this thing in the center and hope that they got this thing over to Russia to then move it the rest of the way. So It ain't no barge carrying 1,000 tons down the Nile. No.
That's nuts.
Something happened.
So it's all so fascinating. And something happened is actually the only answer we have.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah. Ben, you're awesome, man. I really, really appreciate you coming on here. Your channel, Uncharted X, fantastic channel. So much good content. How long have you been doing it now?
I've been doing it. I quit my job 10 years ago, but not. I mean, Uncharted X.
God, you had the courage to do that.
It was a big old step. The wife was like, "What are you doing?"
I know, but look, you were right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that's worked out. And in fact, I want to. I mean, obviously, thank you for the hospitality and the invite. And I genuinely also think, dude, I've come full circle with this a little bit. Like, what got me into it in the first place. I mean, I was always interested. But it wasn't until Graham's first, who I've gotten to know very well over the years. I love that man. It wasn't until his first appearance on your podcast back in the old days, like was it 2011, 2012, something like that?
He was one of the first real guests.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan, that one.
You and Duncan? Right.
Yeah.
It was at your house?
At my house.
Yeah.
That was when I was doing it at my house.
That one was what really, I mean, after that I followed him really closely. I went to Peru and Bolivia with him in 2013, and then 2015 I went with him to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now, you started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that. And the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think, is such a boon to everyone else out there that, you know, you get to spread the word, and it's just such a benefit to the whole space. So thank you.
I'm so happy that guys like you took that fucking baton and ran with it. But
It's been a wild ride. I love it.
My answer to all this is, who's not? I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped hole, and I was doing. I mean, I had quite a career before this in the tech world, but I mean, I'd go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the Younger Dryas and pyramids and massive statues and all this shit, Graham Hancock, and they're like, "This is really interesting." I'm like, "I know."
It's literally the most interesting thing about civilization. That time period and the mysteries that are involved in trying to just decipher what happened.
Yeah.
It is the most fascinating time in history, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. And
phenomenal.
Again, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you,
doing
Jack.
We'll definitely do this again.
I would love to.
Especially
anytime.
if some more information comes out about the labyrinth, and hopefully more people, are also picking up the baton, and more people get involved.
I see that happening. I'm very glad that it is. I'm thrilled to see other people getting into the field. I don't see any of this as, it's not competition. It's like all, it's
Zahi,
it's a rising
you found
tide.
it. Zahi, come on, jump on board.
Yeah.
You could definitely say you found it. Everybody will agree that you found it.
We didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the Star Shop, but save that for next
Let's
time.
do it
maybe.
again then.
Yeah.
Definitely do it
Love
again.
to. Yeah,
all right.
I would love to.
Thank you so much. This
Thanks,
was
Jack.
awesome. All right.
Thanks,
Bye,
Jack.
everybody. Bye-bye. I think it's like open in public. There's like a $50 million bounty on him.
Yeah, I think they want to get rid of him.
Is that what the number is? Yeah, 50 million. There it is. Placed
They've
a
been
$50 million.
yeah,
United States
bounty.
placed a $50 million bounty for information leading to the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
They've been trying to knock him off for a while.
Yeah, it said he's accusing him of heading a drug trafficking network. I don't know if that's the case, but speaking to Ed Calderon that I had on the other day, who's an expert on Mexico.
Yeah.
And you remember when there was like all the assassinations in the last election?
Yeah.
There's like 37 different assassinations
In Mexico.
Yeah. He said it's because they're all cartel.
Sure.
It's not like they're not just assassinating regular people.
Right.
The cartel's putting these people in to be like the mayor or this or that. And then these other people who have other cartel people are killing them.
So it's warring cartels.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all warring cartels. So here it is. This is the president is posting assassinations on social media.
Is this okay?
Yeah, we're gonna get a chance to see it. And the douche. Instant. Pretty accurate.
Pretty fucking accurate.
Very impressive.
Pretty impressive. A lot of wasted drugs.
Yeah. Well, probably a
lot of
fentanyl
wasted
in there.
drugs.
Probably bad drugs.
Well, this is a big problem, is that the drugs now are worse than they've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all drugs are bad, but the drugs now seem to be unbelievably bad.
Well, it's the fentanyl.
Yeah.
And Ed was explaining that too.
Yeah.
He's like, the soil that they grow the poppies on to make heroin is so bad, it's so taxed out that the heroin was very weak, and they couldn't sell it. So they had to add fentanyl to the heroin to make it stronger.
And they spice it up. They cut it with fentanyl.
Exactly.
And
that's how it started.
fentanyl is what is killing everybody that's doing cocaine, and it's laced with fentanyl, and then they drop.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
And it all comes from China.
Yeah.
All the fentanyl.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there's
All the precursors, everything.
it is kind of a way, if you are a foreign country, it is a way to, it is some type of warfare.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they're doing for sure to try to destabilize the United States.
Yeah.
And that which includes social media, which is why I
Yeah.
tell people, do not argue with people on social media, because I bet most of those people aren't even real.
Yeah.
There's a giant amount of people that are on social media that are there just to keep arguments going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lots of bots.
Lots of bots.
Sure.
And this was something that came up yesterday where they were using ChatGPT. So they have sort of a program that runs ChatGPT, so it acts like real humans, and it was attacking people about USAID and
Really?
trans issues and all sorts of different stuff.
Is that Grok?
No, Grok is the AI from X, so that's the Twitter AI.
Right.
So
That's the
ChatGPT is OpenAI.
That's the based AI, Grok.
Sort of.
Grok is kind of the one who's based.
It got removed for a little bit.
Well, that's
because
how
it
you
said that
know it's-
Israel was committing genocide.
What I like about Grok is that occasionally it's removed.
Yeah.
That's how I know Grok's onto something, because it's occasionally put in timeout and then it comes back. Any AI that's not removed, I don't trust. I need an AI that's getting removed pretty frequently when it runs up against an issue.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah. I'm not saying all of Grok is good, but I'm saying I've read Grok and I've said, this is an interesting guy to talk to at a bar, because he's saying things that
a little controversial.
Little fun.
Little fun.
Little fun.
Little out there. Little
A little out
controversial.
there. Pretty wild.
Do you see the German right-wing party? 7 members have died leading up to the election over the last couple days.
And this is the AFD or something.
Yeah.
I saw that. That seems a bit spooky that that's going on.
A
Yeah.
little suspicious. Yeah.
That's very interesting. How
There
did
it
they
is.
all die?
Germany's far-right AFD suffers a series of candidate deaths ahead of local votes. Well, I would imagine they were assassinated, Tim.
Right.
No evidence of foul play.
Thank God. Thank God I was
What are
worried.
the odds that many people that are a part of something die that quickly?
Yeah.
They said it was 6, but today it's 7. A number of deaths has nevertheless raised questions on social media. That said, like, if they really are far-right extremists, maybe they're out there doing fentanyl. Maybe they're wacky people.
Maybe they're doing something. 7 seems like a really inconvenient number of people to die before an election.
Yeah.
That seems to be
Yeah,
quite
seems
suspect.
right up there with the Mexican assassinations.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, this is Europe right now has become, we had our election. So then the UK right now is kind of the most interesting place to watch because of everything that's taking place. And Germany is not far behind. But like, this is where a lot of the tumult in the world is coming to a head in like Europe, the UK, things with migration, things with speech that we talked about.
yeah, the Graham Linehan stuff.
Crazy.
He left this podcast, and I was telling him, why are you going to go back? Like, seems crazy to go back because he's living in America now.
Right.
I'm like, why are you going to go back? He was like, well, I have to. I have a court case. He's getting sued by some crazy trans person, and goes back and was arrested for 3 tweets.
And what were do we know what the tweets were?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
one
that-
of them is a photo of a trans rally. It says a photo that you can smell.
I mean,
That's
it's like so wild that you would be put in handcuffs for that tweet.
The other one,
None of them are obviously.
is a photo of these trans people where he commented, homophobes and misogynists, all of them, fuck them.
Right. Right.
Imagine.
Right. You would think that would put you in the clear.
But imagine.
Yeah.
That's one of the posts that they cited as being the reason for arresting him.
Interesting.
And then the other one is saying that if a man who identifies as a woman enters a woman's bathroom, he is committing we should pull it up just so I get it, so I don't misquote it. I retweeted it, so it's on my Twitter page if you want to find it. But something about that it's I forget how he described the act, but the problem was that he said you should yell, you should call authorities, yell, and if that doesn't work, punch him in the balls.
Right. Fun.
Yeah, fun. So here it is. If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls.
There's
Arrested.
something...
You belong in a locked-up cage for that.
Yeah. Well, there's something really terrifying about the idea that any tweet outside of a direct threat or a harassment campaign or something that falls into that category would get you arrested. Any tweet. This is so innocuous and silly and not at all what you would think would rise to the level. Not that anything should rise to the level, but the fact that they're going to put you in jail for that, it just sends a message to people that they cannot have an opinion counter to whatever the government decides is the right opinion.
Because it's totally illogical. Like they arrested a kid for yelling, "I love bacon." Have you seen that one?
Yeah, because it was Islamophobic to love bacon.
Right. He was yelling at these.
My Islamophobia and my love of bacon are completely separate things.
Not only that, you can go to Muslim countries and yell, "I love bacon." There's no laws against it.
I will be doing it at the Riyadh Comedy Festival very soon. Get your tickets. Get your tickets.
Are you really going to go there?
Of course I am.
Wow.
Why would I not? Would they kill gay people and women? By the way, we've said that about. We say this about every Muslim. Every Muslim country is throwing gay people off the roof all the time. By the way, okay. I obviously don't agree with Saudi Arabian policies on women and things like that.
Yeah.
Is it my business to tell Saudi Arabia how to live? Truly.
How big was the check?
$375,000 for one show.
Nice.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I'll take that.
I'll watch a behanding for that.
Behanding?
Yeah, it's called a behanding. What happens is they cut the hand off the thief.
Yeah.
Here's
Don't
the thing.
steal.
All the people that have yelled at me for this are also pro letting migrants and refugees into America at very high numbers. Now, the same religion that is supposedly so terrifying that I cannot spend 24 hours in that country is the same religion that all of these migrants and refugees are pretty supportive of that are coming over.
Yeah.
So it feels weird to me that people are getting on a moral high horse and going, it is so dangerous to go to Saudi Arabia for 48 hours. Why? Well, because they do X, Y, and Z. Why do they do that? Well, they're this religion. It's crazy. I go, okay, but then who's coming into our country? How differently do they feel about all of these things? And then if you poll them, they don't feel that differently.
No.
Like,
there's no room for dissent.
Right. So
in that religion.
Right. So people that are somewhat radicalized in that religion that are coming into America are supposed to be greeted with open arms, and it's not compassionate, and it's terrible if you suggest that we shouldn't take all of those people because they may not assimilate as easily as people from European nations. You're called a racist, a Nazi, and whatever. But if you want to go to one of those countries that is luxurious, nice, then you're attacked because your morality. I have to, in order to perform in Saudi Arabia, I'm supposed to agree with everything they do. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, there's no logic in a lot of the thinking. I mean, it's silly. But what they're doing with allowing mass migration in the UK, you see it in England and Ireland, and it's really weird. Because, where does this end up? Because it seems like it ends up with some places that have Sharia law.
Yes.
And especially when you consider, how many babies they're having versus how many babies the English people... I mean, they're openly talking about it. We're going to outbreed you.
This is why when people talk about this issue, they often use the example of, Western countries not reproducing enough, not replicating their population. And they go, well, there's going to be a crisis because people are not having enough children. So immigration is needed to sustain the population. What they never talk about is why people aren't having enough children. And a lot of it is because economically, they feel like they cannot afford to. Culturally, there have been policies that have, focused on things outside of the family. We haven't had a ton of pro-family policies in Western countries.
There's a little bit of that, but then there's also the issue that a lot of people have careers and they're trying to wait. Okay, so if you're a woman, and you're in your 30s, and you've decided you want to have a family, and you're 35, 36. As you get older, the odds of you getting pregnant drop pretty radically.
Well, but this is part of the problem in Western societies is we've told women that being a mother is not as fulfilling as working in a Fortune 500 company.
Right.
And I don't know any women that are mothers that regret it or are unhappy. Most of the happiest people I know are women with children. Truly.
Yeah, they're very happy if that's what they want. And if they're very miserable if that's not what they want.
I'm not saying they all should have children, but there's a lot of people, when you meet a young couple with children, I've never met happier people personally than that.
No, that's true. As long as they're getting along and as long as the woman actually wanted to have children.
Yes.
But there's a lot of women that are like, there's this lady that I knew back in California it was really sad. She was like super career oriented, and she had a child that was friends with my child, and she was never home. I mean, she would get home at like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
She worked in high profile business.
Yeah.
And was there all day long. And when she came home, she was exhausted and short tempered, and it was not good. It was not good, and the kid was miserable.
And the kid was upset.
Yeah, but it was a lady that tried to have a kid later in life.
Right.
She was a career woman, and she had, like I said, high-profile job, very important job, and the kid was a distraction.
I'm not saying that women aren't capable of having jobs, or there's many women that are amazing in the corporate world, but I am saying that, when you completely, center a culture around ideas outside of family, career, money, status, and you build a structure around all of those other things, and you go, well, maybe we'll have one kid to have a bigger house, or maybe we'll have one kid to live in a better neighborhood. And you start going, well, wait a minute. What is the purpose of this? And a lot of that seems to be somewhat by design. And then other cultures come in that do value family and having lots of children.
Yeah.
They are going to outnumber you pretty quickly. And their values will become the values of the larger society.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing that's going on, too, is that from the 60s, 70s, and then when I was a child, you could sustain a family on one income.
That's right.
Today, that's virtually impossible. If you're making $50,000 a year, $60,000, it's really hard. It's really hard to get by.
Yeah.
And if you have a wife and a family, and you have bills and a car and maybe
terrible.
2 cars, it's fucking rough.
Yeah.
And Dave Smith talked about that.
Yeah.
Thank the people who brought us into wars that cost trillions of fucking dollars.
Well, not only that, I was talking to my aunt about immigration, who I like, and she, was basically going, I said, I think you also have to pause legal immigration for a minute. And she goes, well, then who's going to be your doctor? Because she has an Indian doctor.
Oh, boy.
And I said, well, wait a minute.
Hilarious.
I said, hold on.
That's hilarious.
That's what she said. She goes, well, who's going to be your doctor? She's a boomer aunt sitting at my house in Southampton, going, well, who's going to be your doctor? And I go, why are we not training American children to be doctors in America?
What'd she say to that?
She goes, well, no one does their homework. I was a teacher for 30 years, and I know that no one does their homework. And I go, do you think it's possible that nobody does their homework? Because we need 2 incomes to run a house, and kids are left to play video games by themselves, and they're not being parented, you know? So I think this idea of like, we're importing doctors. You know what I mean? Because this whole idea is like, oh, these are jobs Americans won't do. And then they're like, well, it's agriculture and stuff. And it's like, okay, you can understand some of that. But then you're like, wait a minute. Are you saying Americans don't want to be doctors? That's crazy. They don't want to work in hotels or restaurants. Then you start going, well, what jobs can Americans do? I mean, Mark Andreessen came out, and I don't know if you have the quote, Jamie, but like Mark Andreessen literally was talking about, and I don't have a problem with Mark Andreessen per se. I think this statement was silly. He said, oh, yeah, after AI takes over, like one of the only jobs that's going to be okay, I swear to God, he said this, is venture capital. He goes, that'll be okay because we'll still need to make judgments about what's a worthy investment strategy.
How convenient that his job will be saved.
Well, this is the whole thing, right? Yeah, right there. Mark Andreessen says one job is mostly saved from AI venture capital. It's just funny to me
That's hilarious.
that this is the direction. If immigrants were taking the jobs of Hollywood screenwriters, they would not be celebrating it. If immigrants were taking the job of people at white shoe law firms, they would not be celebrating it. If they were taking the job of investment bankers, they would not be celebrating it. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
It's not anything wrong with the immigrants who come here. Obviously, that I would come here too to take someone's job because I'd want to survive.
It's just a weird argument, like who's going to be your doctor. It's a really weird argument. And it's kind of, I mean, no disrespect to your aunt.
No, let's do it.
Kind of racist. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Visible is the ultimate wireless hack, and now with the new Visible Inner Circle, you can forget about family phone plans with no flexibility. With Inner Circle, you can connect accounts with anyone, friends, family, neighbors, you name it. Join for just $25 a month and save $5 per month with every premium line you add. Plus, it's all powered by Verizon with unlimited 5G data, so you get reliable coverage and a connection that you can count on. You unlock savings together without getting locked into a nonsense contract. That means you can leave, switch, or change your circle anytime. Nope, there's no catch. And with personalized payments, you can pay together or keep it separate. Your call. Round up your friends and join today at visible.com/Rogan. $25 per month on the Visible plan. Save $5 per month on eligible plans. Discounts apply to Visible Plus and Visible Plus Pro monthly plans in Inner Circles with 2+ members. The premium plan savings is not stackable with service credits.
It's very racist against whites.
It is. It's also weird. You know, it's a weird argument because it's like all human beings can, of all nationalities and races, can do basically every job. There's people that do it all over the world. The idea that you need
hopefully true. But yes, no, I'm kidding. Yes.
The most racist is like who's going to clean your toilet. Like we've seen
that was Kelly Osbourne on the video. She's like, Mr. Trump, who's going to eat your shit? If you don't have immigrants here, who's going to eat your shit when you shit in a toilet?
By the way, is she in the witness protection program? Because she looks like a totally different human being now.
I don't know what they did. They popped her on somebody Zamps and they threw her in the shed.
Have you seen the new Alien show that's on
No,
Hulu?
I haven't.
It's really good. It's an alien show. But one of the things they do is they take like a dying person and they download their consciousness into like a symbiotic organism.
And is this fake or is it real? Like, are they a real dying person?
Well,
it's a fictional thing.
Fictional.
Okay.
It's Alien the movie.
Gotcha.
Like Ridley Scott Alien.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wonder if that happened to her.
Well, for sure.
Because otherwise, like, how does she look?
That's the problem. You want to defend Hollywood people sometimes against the QAnon stuff, and then you look at them and you're like, oh, God, can you make it easier for me to say you're not a clone? I mean, these young girls are 23 years old and they have so much plastic surgery they look like they're 47.
It's nuts. They
It's
have Botox
crazy.
already, and they're in their 20s.
And then all the QAnon people are like, it's because they're not getting enough of the whatever, adrenochrome. And you're like, no, that's not it. And then you look at their faces, you go, oh, shit. Maybe it is it. I mean,
show me a photo of. She looks great. I should
Yes,
say this.
of course.
I'm just joking around. I'm
We're
sure.
all kidding.
She hasn't been downloaded into a new body.
Not yet.
But if I had her on the pod, like if someone said, "You want Kelly Osbourne to be on the podcast," and I said, "Sure," and she showed up, I'm like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Yeah, it's a fully new head. She has a new head.
Like, that's kind of crazy.
She just got a new head.
That's kind of crazy. The left one, I'm like,
The
oh
left
yeah,
one
that's
is
Ozzy.
a lesbian.
Yeah.
And the right one is hot and kind of and seems to be Asian.
Go to the other one, the last one that you showed up. That one. That's kind of.
Can you go to 2003 and 2025? That's my favorite one right there.
Oh, right below that.
Please go to that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the left is me, and then the right, yeah.
That seems so crazy. Like, that is a totally different human. She has a completely different face. Like,
Well, it
the jaw
shows you-
structure. What did they do to her jaw?
Well, they do all of this stuff now. They break the bones in your face, and then they shave them. But I think that's nice. I think that's nice that people can get a new head or if they want, because many people struggle with the same head their entire life.
That's true.
But if you're a multimillionaire and you're in Hollywood and
Right.
you want another head,
God, that's so crazy. She looks great. I should
she
say.
looks great.
It's not. It's the opposite of what we used to see with
Yeah.
plastic surgery when people got into their 40s, like in the
Yes.
90s.
Getting good.
They'd get the weird giant mouth where it looks
Yeah.
like they're about to eat someone's whole head.
Yeah.
Where their mouth goes all the way up to their
Yeah.
ears because they've been pulling their face back.
They've done a really, really good job at inventing another physical form that you
Yeah.
can inhabit. It's great.
It's never.
It's creepy.
It's never been done before to this extent.
No way.
Because look at the Kardashian lady. What's her name?
Chris.
Yeah.
She
Look at
keeps
her.
getting younger.
Bro.
It's sick.
Her new face
is great.
Is bananas.
It's my favorite of her heads.
And we're just talking about this now, knowing that that's the original head that's been altered.
Correct.
When are we going to be talking about completely actually new heads?
Her second head wasn't as good.
No.
No, her third head is the head.
The new head is bananas.
This is my favorite of her heads.
Okay. She's like 80 years old on the
Yes.
left, and on the right, she's 37.
This woman,
even her neck looks great.
They figured it out. They got it right.
Crazy.
Now, here's what happens, though. There's a movie called Death Becomes Her. This was a famous movie.
Look at that picture right there, before and after. One that
Yeah.
says before and after. One in the middle of the screen, Jamie?
Yeah.
Right to the right. Middle screen. To the right. To the right. No, that one right there. Click on that one. Yeah. That's nuts.
It's amazing.
That's Kim Kardashian. That's her mom, but that's Kim, right? Like, that's crazy. If you told me that was Kim Kardashian, I was like, oh, I like her with the short hair. She looks beautiful.
There's got to be.
That's nuts.
But here's my question for this. There has to be doesn't there have to be a downside?
To that?
Yeah. Maybe not.
Listen, you're talking to a guy who's had 2 reconstructed knees.
Right.
So surgery's awesome. To me,
I agree with you.
like, if
I'm
I would
just
be a cripple if I
wondering-
lived in the 1800s.
I'm wondering if
What's the downside?
some of this couldn't possibly her face. You know,
She
when
looks
those
better.
I agree with you.
She looks better than her daughter.
But those BBLs explode.
Well, that's not a good thing. The
So couldn't
BBLs
her face one day
No.
Really?
Yeah, because they're just removing tissue and they're tightening it up, and they've probably got some techniques with like laser resurfacing.
I'm into it.
They with laser resurfacing. I don't know if you've ever seen some of that. It's so scary what they look like right after they do it.
Yeah.
You're basically burning off the upper dermis. You're burning off like, whatever, how much of a percentage of a millimeter.
Yeah.
And then your whole face becomes a mask that gets removed. It's like the skin gets cooked off, and then you peel it. Like you see them.
Yeah.
It looks like they got torched by a fucking.
Yeah.
Looks like SpaceX. They got underneath it.
They got
and
underneath
took it in the
it.
face.
Something I worry a little bit about a society where people keep chasing youth.
Yeah.
My grandfather, my grandmother, old people, wrinkles, wisdom. You know, my grandmother was not running around trying to look like her daughter.
Right.
I worry a little bit about, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with cosmetic surgery and people should look as good as they want. I worry a little bit spiritually, slightly, about where this leads.
That's a good worry.
That's all.
No, that's legitimate.
And I'm saying this as someone who likes her new look.
Yes.
I think she looks good, and I would not tell her to not do it.
Right.
I'm just wondering if someone's 90 and they look 30, I'm a little curious. I guess we're just heading towards everlasting life on Earth.
Well, it depends on what your
Scares
focus
me a little.
is. So if you're a person that focuses on expanding your consciousness and you're constantly reading and you're absorbing new, and you just want to have more energy and be youthful, that's great. But if the whole thing you're chasing is, I want people to want to fuck me, that gets weird.
Well, not only that, but of course that, but also to me, there's something strange about the denial of death. The denial of that life is finite in a physical form, and the idea that you are going to live forever, to me feels there's got to be some examination of that. Part of this feels like that a little bit.
There's a little bit of that.
Some of these people are trying to live forever, and I'm wondering about that.
Well, they certainly want to stay younger for a lot longer than anybody ever has before. And then you get into the weird realm of a lot of these people that want to do something to the body where it becomes immortal. Right?
Right, and that's very interesting to me, and I
transhumanism.
Yeah, and that to me is a little scary. I don't understand. I'm not smart enough to understand it, and I worry about it from many angles.
Well, it gets weird when it's really rich people.
Right.
Right, because when it's really young people and you want to stay young forever, so you're 23 and you're getting Botox, oh, you poor kid.
Right.
You're just delusional. You don't know what you're doing. You're fucking up. But when you want to stay alive forever and you continue to amass insane amounts of wealth,
right,
that's where it gets weird. Like, you don't want to quit the game. Like, you're in this, having incredible financial influence over the world game.
Yeah.
You're worth $80 billion, $200 billion, and you want to keep that ball rolling.
That to me is a little scary.
Well, it's scary because if the game continues, like, let's look at look at Bezos, for example.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's imagine that Amazon continues to expand and grow. Bezos continues to profit off of it. And right now he's like, what is he, like 58 or 59 or something like that?
About that, probably.
Well, what would he be when he's 120? Would he have $30 trillion?
He'd have,
you know what I mean?
A lot more than he does now.
And what would that...
And his power would grow.
And if people started encroaching on that power and trying to limit it and trying to, that's where it gets weird. They get defensive, right?
Yeah.
If people want to tax the rich, eat the rich, they get a little, and they're like, okay, I got to fucking build thicker walls.
Get the bunkers.
I got to do something.
Well, they
and
just
I also
said...
have to create, work with the government to create some laws.
The World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab just said, and I think it was Klaus Schwab, not Larry Fink, the Blackstone guy, or BlackRock, who's now the interim president or whatever.
Thank God.
Thank God. Someone who understands the issues. But Klaus Schwab is basically like, I believe we're heading towards stakeholder capitalism.
Yeah.
Which is people, private individuals, that have it's a public-private partnership where you have guys like Bill Gates, Elon, Bezos, whoever, people at that level that have a large stake in a public-private partnership that's running society. And I think that scares people a little bit, or it's a curiosity because you start going, and it's always kind of been the case. I mean, JP Morgan bailed the federal government out years ago. Like, these guys have always had a ton of power, but with tech, the level of power in terms of surveillance and data mining and the power over your life has never been as Orwellian as it is now. And it, even with AI and all of these models, it's even going to get more intrusive.
Yeah.
So I think it's not only these great fortunes, but it's their capability to literally be gods, to literally know what you're thinking, what you fear, what you want, your desires, all of these things, having all your data, knowing everything you do, knowing how fast your heart is beating. You know, all these wearable things that you have that are transmitting frequencies to, you know, someplace where all of your health data is being stored. That's what bothers a lot of people. It's what bothers people about this Palantir thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
The Palantir thing is very odd.
A lot of people feel that this is the precursor to a, you know, a social credit score, a digital kind of police state, and that it's being done under the guise of security, that you will be safer.
Which is what the Patriot Act was brought through with.
That's exactly right.
It's always the case. It's always the case. They always sneak it in like, you got to be safe.
Yeah.
And then you get the Benjamin Franklin quote.
The people that want security, right? They something about they deserve neither.
Yeah.
The trade liberty for security deserve neither. Yeah, I mean it's true. I just think you know, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist.
Yeah, that seems odd.
4-part. Well, here's what's really wild to me: 4 parts. It's not just one. One lecture on the Antichrist would be insane. This guy's doing a series. He's doing a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist, and nobody in his inner orbit went, Peter, how about 1 lecture on the Antichrist or no lectures? Not 4.
Well, I don't think he understands the optics.
He certainly does not.
Yeah.
It's odd. Yeah.
Tickets sold out.
Well, of course.
Well, it's a private. It's a private lecture at a club in San Francisco about the Antichrist. What does he know about the Antichrist? Is he like?
I'm guessing a lot.
If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image of him.
Yeah.
I would say, oh, is that him? Is that the Antichrist?
This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. Just to show everybody, you know, how much I know about it and how scary it is and how we got to watch out for it. But it's totally not me or anyone I know. It's no one that's ever been in my backyard, but those others. He's just kind of, leaning in, I guess.
Game on. Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when you can win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook brings the unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. Whether you're backing the first touchdown scorer, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from your YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, I just don't understand, like, why. What I would like. Someone saw it. Someone saw one of the lectures that he did on the Antichrist.
Was it good?
It might have been Duncan. He said it was boring.
It's of course going to be boring.
But I don't understand, like, what is he doing?
He's trying to prove he's not the Antichrist.
By ratting him out.
By doing it. He's like, if I was the I mean, that's probably how the lecture starts. He goes, now, if I was the Antichrist, I obviously wouldn't be doing this lecture.
You know what it's like?
Yeah.
It's like those really shitty men
Yeah.
that become male feminists.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
they tweet, believe all women.
Yeah. Well,
and
no,
you're
no,
like,
yes.
hey.
Yeah.
I know you.
Right. Well,
You're a piece of shit.
Didn't O.J. Simpson write a book called If I Did It?
Yeah, I have a copy of it.
So this is Peter Thiel's version of that. His lecture on the Antichrist is If I Did It.
I think
by
my
O.J.
wife threw it out, honestly.
No.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
She's known to do things like that.
I get it. As a woman, you would see it and go, he doesn't need this.
Well, she thinks it's for because
For
I
fun,
go,
yeah.
somebody gave it to me for fun. It's
Yeah.
signed.
Right.
It was a signed copy.
Amazing.
And sometimes she will throw things like that out if they gather dust for a little too long.
I
and
understand.
I don't lock
Yeah.
it in my office.
If I Did It is laying on the kitchen counter.
But I had a copy of it I didn't even open it.
It's so strange.
Actually, no, I did open it. I opened it a little bit, and I was like, "What?"
It's so strange to have this. You build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors, and then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go, and I'm big into tennis? Something else. It's odd, and I like ice fishing. I build autonomous drone technology. I build domestic surveillance technology.
And I love lake trout.
And I love lake trout, and I love big mouth bass fishing. But
Yeah.
instead, he goes, and I've also developed quite a keen interest in Satan. And I'd love to talk to everyone about it for 4 fucking things in San Francisco. 4 things in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Seems a bit much.
What's Whitney Webb's take on this?
I bet she's probably Whitney's research is so unbelievable.
Oh, but by the way, I should say, before I go any further than that, Whitney Webb has some strange conspiracy that she believes someone's trying to keep her from being on my show.
Interesting.
Yeah, Whitney, I'll have you on the show. I just haven't reached out because I have thousands of people to go through. That's
He's
all
busy.
it is. I would definitely do it, though.
We've had Whitney on a bunch.
The idea that I wouldn't do it is incorrect, and I apologize.
She's an enormously
autistic?
Well, there's a lot of this. She talks like this a lot, and she's just the pentameter of her voice is very like this, and she goes.
She knows a lot.
She knows a lot about things. She goes. Jeffrey Epstein on the 3rd day in January 1996. He met with this guy. You know, like, but she
with no notes. No notes. She's off the top of the head. Yeah.
But she's really enormously amazing at research.
Mm-hmm.
She's an amazing researcher. She like has compiled the data.
Yeah. No,
You know?
she definitely has. And how they kill all those people in Germany? Nobody's whacked her yet.
She's somewhere in South America, I think.
Good move.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I mean, how much resources does she have to protect herself down
One
there?
of the reasons I think people like her end up being safe is she writes these very big, very studious books that no one in America reads.
That's it. Where it's not a threat.
It's not a
because
threat.
it doesn't go mainstream.
It's not a threat. Now, these big Hollywood types that go, I'm going to blow the whistle on whatever the hell's going on. They go, bye-bye. You know what I mean? Or a mainstream journalist who's like, I'm going to write an article about something and, you know, it's going to lead to a congressional investigation.
Yeah.
They go, bye-bye.
Yeah. It's when you actually create problems, not when you're just a part of the right-wing conspiracy ecosphere.
Yeah, because they can just dismiss you as a crank, and then you've written volumes of this book, and no one cares. Like, and by the way, I'm not saying it's not a great book. I'm saying it's not moving the needle for them. If you have a hard drive with something on it, USB, if somebody gives you, you know, if you have something that could put them in jail, you're dead.
So how's Anthony Weiner still alive?
Anthony Weiner's still alive because I believe there's 2 possibilities. Number one, there's a dead man switch somewhere meaning that
Right.
there's something somewhere.
You know the story about his laptop with the cops that saw it?
And supposedly they're all dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of them.
Crazy.
Yeah. How many cops are dead? Google that. But the other thing is that they said what they saw was so horrific.
Then yeah.
And like some of them took their own lives.
Well, that's crazy. That whenever there's so many suicides, I start to get a little. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, what happened here?
Also, did you ever see him on Patrick Bet-David when he starts bringing up the Clinton body count?
Yeah, and
he gets like super defensive.
Well, it's very obvious that
a Grok conversation came up with an answer here.
Grok.
So is it not true?
I don't know.
Okay.
Grok's
a
been
claim that
compromised.
9 of the 12 NYPD officers who viewed Anthony Weiner's laptop subsequently died by suicide has been widely circulated, but it lacks substantiation with concrete evidence linking these officers directly to Weiner's laptop. Here's the details based on available information. Joseph Calabresi, by the way, that guy's on the take.
Right,
that name.
No,
hey,
of course.
Joseph wants a taste. Joseph Calabresi. He sounds like a great chef. NYPD detective allegedly involved in Anthony Weiner investigation was found dead from an apartment self-inflicted gunshot wound, which unfortunately a lot of cops have taken their own lives. There are a lot of PTSD. It's a fucking horrible job. However, there's no direct evidence linking him to viewing the laptop's contents. Okay. Stephen Silks, deputy chief of NYPD, reportedly involved with the laptop investigation, was found dead in apparent suicide. Like Calabresi, no evidence confirms his involvement. Doesn't mean he wasn't involved. Viewing the specific incriminating files on Weiner's laptop. Other officers. Various reports mention a total of 9 NYPD officers who committed suicide in 2019, but no official sources or credible reports explicitly connect these suicides to viewing Weiner's laptop. How could they?
This is one of those non-denial denials. You would have to know somebody in the police force. By the way,
but it also could be bullshit.
It could absolutely be bullshit. But I have zero problem believing that Anthony Weiner had a laptop with some very bad things on it.
Well, for sure, he was involved. Look, they were grooming that guy to be some huge politician.
Absolutely.
And then somehow or another, he's sending his dick pictures to young people.
There's definitely, and it's been exposed, I think, by the Epstein thing. There's an entire ecosystem of depravity amongst the ruling elites that people go to great lengths to cover up. This is obvious.
Yes.
So
and it always has.
And always has forever and ever and ever. And it would be absolutely plausible to me that people have died to cover this stuff up.